Good evening, dear listener. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight. Perhaps you've come here searching for rest, or simply for the company of a gentle voice while the world outside grows quiet. However you arrived, you are welcome here. This story will guide us through the journey of a young princess, bound by duty, carried across seas and into a marriage she did not choose. Yet, within the weight of tradition, you'll hear the hush of private hopes, the comfort of loyal companions, and the soft flicker of courage found in unexpected places. It is a tale not of battles or banners, but of candlelight, whispered prayers, and the fragile strength of a heart learning its place in history. If you find peace in these quiet hours, I invite you to gently like and subscribe so that we can meet again for more stories like this. And if you feel moved, share in the comments where you are listening from tonight, whether by a glowing hearth, beside a window cracked open to the night breeze, or beneath the slow turning of a ceiling fan. Now, dim the lights. Let the day fall away. Perhaps you hear the hush of the wind outside your own window, or the faint hum of a quiet room. Breathe slowly. Rest your hands. And when you are ready, step with me into the hush before dawn, where a princess's quiet wish begins. A quiet wish drifts through a shadowed chamber before dawn. The castle still sleeps when she stirs. Stone walls press in around her, cool and unyielding. Yet in the half-dark they seem almost tender, like the arms of a nursemaid from years gone by. A single candle sputters on the table near her bed, flame bending each time the draft moves through the cracks in the shutters. She lies still, listening to the faint scratch of mice in the rushes, the sigh of someone turning in the next chamber, and the long pause between one bell toll and the next. The hour before dawn is both heavy and merciful, a time when nothing is demanded yet everything feels near. She slips from bed quietly, feet seeking the woven rug that keeps the stone from biting. The room smells of lavender sachets placed there by her ladies, meant to calm, to ease sleep. Yet sleep has not been her friend tonight. She moves to the small chest at the end of the bed, opening it with care, lifting out something hidden deep beneath her gowns. A simple ring, not of gold, but of silver, plain and almost worn smooth by years of use. It belonged to her mother once, before it was passed to her, a token of women bound to the same duties, generation after generation. She presses it into her palm until it warms. It is in moments like these that her wish, the one she never speaks aloud, breathes in her like a quiet bird. She wishes for a life shaped not only by treaties and alliances, but by something gentler. Mornings where she chooses the walk in the garden, evenings where laughter comes without fear of being overheard. She does not wish for freedom, not entirely. That would be too dangerous, but for a corner of life that is her own, where she might keep books or speak her thoughts without weighing each word. A corner where her name belongs not to a treaty, but to herself. Beyond the shutter, the sky grows pale, a gray wash spreading like diluted ink. She knows soon the castle will wake, servants lighting fires, clatter of pots, voices rising in the courtyard. But here, in this space before day claims her, she holds on to the quiet. The candle flickers low, wick near spent. She cups her hand around it as if protecting a secret flame, imagining that somehow this little light belongs to her alone. Her maid Alice will wake soon, cheerful despite the hour, and the room will fill with the rustle of linen shifts and the murmur of prayers. But for now, the princess allows herself to lean against the window frame, peering through the slit to the courtyard below. Horses stand tethered, breath steaming. A guard shifts his weight, stamping against the cold. The world continues its course, unchanged by her hopes. Yet the wish remains. She tucks the silver ring back into its hiding place, careful to fold the gown neatly over it, as though her secret depends upon her precision. Lifting the candle, she sets it near the door, flame catching the iron handle's edge in a brief shimmer. The stillness hums around her. This will be another day, like all the others she knows, filled with lessons and expectations. But deep inside, the quiet bird of her wish stirs its wings again, and she cannot help but listen to it. Morning stirs the castle with soft bells and muted steps. The first bell of morning rings low and heavy, carrying through the thick stone walls like the pulse of some ancient heart. Its tone doesn't wake her. She has been awake for some time, but it draws her back from drifting thoughts. The candle has burned out. The room lies in that fragile half-light when the world hasn't decided whether to yield today or stay with night. Outside the shuttered window, dawn struggles. Pale streaks of gray seep across the courtyard, tracing the outlines of towers, the pitched roofs where rain has left darker stains. In the lofts above the stables, a horse stamps. Another breathes so heavily she can hear it from here, a muffled sigh that mingles with the low roll of the bell. Alice, her maid, stirs on her pallet near the door. There is always a moment when Alice forgets where she is, when her breathing shifts, when she seems caught between dream and duty. Then she rises with quiet precision, slipping into her shoes, already reaching for the flint and tinder to coax another flame. Soon, a new candle flares, soft golden light stretching the shadows against the stone walls. "Good morning, my lady," Alice whispers, her voice cautious, aware that other ladies still sleep beyond the partition. The princess nods, not yet ready to speak. Alice moves to prepare the basin, with water cooled by the night, breaking the thin crust of ice across its surface. The sound, that delicate crack, feels sharper than the bell itself. Another bell follows, higher this time, as if answering the first. Together, they summon the castle to life. Servants begin their quiet procession down the corridors, wooden shoes tapping softly, arms burdened with baskets of bread, bundles of kindling, jugs of ale for the kitchens below. The air carries scents upward, yeast, smoke, damp wool. Ordinary smells, comforting in their way, announcing that life continues as expected. Alice helps her dress, first the linen shift, cool against her skin, then the woolen kirtle, drawn snug and tied at the side. Each layer has its own weight, its own sense of protection. When Alice draws the veil over her hair, pinning it gently so that no stray strand shows, the princess feels the familiar shift, from girl in a chamber to daughter of a king. She sits as Alice braids what hair remains uncovered, the tug at her scalp steady, rhythmic. The rhythm reminds her of prayer, the way words fall one after another, beads on a string. She closes her eyes briefly, almost lulled by the pull and release, pull and release. Another sound joins the morning chorus, the scrape of shutters opening down the corridor, servants throwing wide the wooden panels to let the pale light in. Voices follow, low exchanges in the dialect of the lower town, rougher and faster than courtly speech. They rise and fall like the murmur of a distant stream. The princess takes her seat by the narrow window, while Alice arranges the last folds of her clothing. From here, she sees the courtyard filling slowly. A pair of boys scatter grain for the pigeons, laughing in hushed tones, so as not to wake the guard still dozing by the gate. A kitchen girl empties a bucket of scraps to the dogs waiting by the wall, their tails beating a muffled rhythm against the stone. All these small movements weave the tapestry of morning, None are meant for her, yet she feels them deeply. Each gesture, the tossing of grain, the wag of a tail, seems to say, "The world goes on." When at last she makes her way to the chapel, Alice following a step behind, the halls echo with the footsteps of others summoned to prayer. Lords and ladies, servants and guards, all funnel into the same narrow space, warmed by candlelight and heavy with the smell of incense that clings to every stone. The priest's voice begins low, a chant that has not changed in her lifetime, nor her mother's, nor her grandmother's. The Latin words slip past her ears like water. She mouths them with care, knowing her father expects perfection, though her heart is elsewhere, on the secret wish she carried through the night. Kneeling, she feels the cold of the flagstones bite through the thin cushion beneath her knees. She studies the flickering light on the carved saints, their eyes staring down, unblinking, as though measuring her thoughts. She wonders, just for a moment, if they hear silent prayers not spoken aloud. She dares to shape one in her mind, small and quiet, for gentleness, for some measure of peace. When the service ends, the crowd disperses with the same solemn hush. Servants peel away toward the kitchens. Guards take their places along the walls. Her mother moves like a shadow in silks that whisper against the floor. No words pass between them, but the princess feels the weight of her mother's glance. Cool, restrained, unreadable. Breakfast follows in the great hall. The long table stretches beneath banners faded by years of smoke. Platters of bread, bowls of porridge, pitchers of ale wait at intervals. Everyone eats in silence, the only sound the scrape of wooden spoons and the occasional cough muffled into a sleeve. The princess takes her portion dutifully, bread coarse and dense, porridge flavored only with salt, ale warm from the hearth. She tastes little, though Alice whispers once, "Eat, my lady, you'll need strength." The words echo oddly. Strength for what? For the day, of course, but perhaps also for the years ahead, for what waits across the sea. After breakfast, the castle hums with new life. Armor clatters in the courtyard as soldiers ready for drills. Pages run messages from chamber to chamber. Ladies drift toward the solar, their voices rising in polite laughter that does not reach their eyes. For the princess, lessons await. Latin phrases repeated until her tongue stumbles. Accounts of dynasties recited like endless prayers. Music practice where each missed note earns a gentle frown. The hours stretch, not harsh, but steady, like the tolling of bells that mark the shape of her day. In these ordinary tasks, she finds a strange comfort, predictable, unchanging, each hour laid out before her like stones in a path. It is not freedom, no, but it is familiar enough to quiet the restless wish that woke with her in the dark. And so the morning wears on, shadow after shadow, yielding slowly to pale light, until the castle is fully awake and she, wrapped in her rolls, feels again the distance between who she is and who she might have been. Familiar lessons pass like steady beads on a worn string. The light of day grows stronger as she leaves the chapel and the hall behind. The corridors stretch long, tapestries muting the draft, but never the chill. Each step sounds steady, measured, echoing faintly in rhythm with the others who make their way toward duties of their own. For her, the path leads to the schoolroom, a chamber perched on the eastern side of the keep where morning sun, when it is kind enough to appear, falls across the stone floor in slanted beams. The room smells of parchment and dust, mingled with the faint iron tang of ink. At the center waits Master Gregory, tall and dry as a willow branch, with eyes that measure everything and lips that rarely curve into anything resembling kindness or mirth. He bows when she enters, though only slightly, as if to acknowledge her rank, while reminding her that within these walls he is sovereign. She returns the nod, then takes her place at the narrow desk set aside for her, its surface worn smooth by the tracing of letters over years. Alice lingers at the door for a moment, arms crossed, watching as if to remind the master that the princess is not entirely without shield. But when the lesson begins, she slips away, leaving the chamber to silence except for the scratch of quill against parchment. Latin first, always Latin, words that feel heavy in her mouth, rolling like stones she must polish until they shine. Master Gregory dictates phrases from the Psalms, and she repeats them carefully, sometimes stumbling on the consonants that knot together like briars. His corrections are sharp, but not cruel. A raised eyebrow, a tap of the quill against the margin. He believes in discipline through silence more than through sound, and she has learned that his disapproval can sting sharper than words. She leans into the rhythm of it, the master's voice, her own reply, the scratch of ink. It is like prayer, beads on a rosary, familiar and endless. Outside, she hears the faint clang of swords in the courtyard, soldiers drilling, their shouts muffled by stone. That sound seems another world, rough and free, while here she is tethered to words meant for sermons and charters, the language of treaties she will one day represent. After Latin comes accounts, rolls of parchment stretched across the table, lists of levies and rents, tallies of sheep and bushels. Master Gregory believes she must understand these things, not because she will manage them herself, that will fall to stewards and clerks, but because knowledge is a kind of armor. He tells her this without looking up, as if speaking to the ink rather than to her. Armor is not only steel, he says. Numbers can defend a throne as surely as walls. She nods, though her thoughts drift. The neat columns blur before her eyes until she imagines them as rows of geese marching across a field, honking in orderly fashion. The fancy almost makes her smile, but she catches herself before it can rise. Smiling without cause invites questions, and questions invite explanations she is not ready to give. At mid-morning, a bell tolls again, gentler than the dawn bells, calling the castle to pause. Servants cross themselves, guards change their posts, and Master Gregory sets down his quill. "We will take a moment," he says, though his tone suggests it is a concession more than a kindness. The princess rises, stretching her stiff shoulders, moving to the narrow window where the world beyond the castle unfolds. The fields are damp from last night's rain. A farmer leads his oxen across the furrows, the beasts slow but steady. Beyond them, a line of women bends to gather herbs, skirts darkened with dew. The scene looks ordinary, simple, untouched by the layers of duty that crowd her own hours. She imagines what it might be like to join them, to press her bare feet into the earth, to work until sweat runs down her temples, to rest at midday with bread and cheese eaten from her lap. The thought is so vivid it aches, and she turns quickly away, afraid Master Gregory might see such longing written across her face. The break ends soon enough. Music follows. The lute rests on a stand in the corner, its strings newly tightened. She lifts it carefully, cradling it against her body. Master Gregory insists on precision, each note plucked clean, each phrase repeated until it falls smooth as silk. Her fingers stumble at first, then find their place, pressing the frets, coaxing a melody that flows like water over stones. The sound softens the hard lines of the chamber, filling it with something almost tender. For a moment, she forgets herself, lets the tune carry her elsewhere. To gardens she has not walked, to evenings where voices rise in song rather than in prayer. The master clears his throat. She startles, the note faltering, breaking the spell. He does not scold, merely adjusts the placement of her fingers, guiding them back to the proper chord. The lesson continues, measured and steady, until her hands ache, and the music lies neatly transcribed on parchment for practice later. By noon, the lessons pause for a simple meal. Alice returns then, carrying a tray of bread, a wedge of cheese, a small dish of honey. She sets it beside the princess with a glance that seems to ask, "Are you managing?" The princess offers a faint smile, enough to reassure. They eat together in silence, broken only by the crunch of crust and the distant caw of crows circling above the fields. The afternoon brings reading, not stories of knights or romances. Those are hidden away, permitted only in stolen hours. Today it is chronicles of kings, lists of their deeds, accounts of treaties signed and broken. She reads aloud, voice steady, though her mind wanders. Each name is like a stepping stone laid across a river, each treaty a reminder that her own life is but another stone to be placed. Shadows lengthen on the chamber floor as the hours pass. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams, shifting each time a draft slides beneath the door. The monotony might lull her, but she forces herself to attend, to let the rhythm of words keep her anchored. Ordinary lessons, familiar as breath, binding her to the path laid before her. When at last Master Gregory sets aside the book, she feels both relief and weariness. Her back aches from sitting, her hand smudged with ink, her mind crowded with phrases and numbers. Alice steps forward quickly, folding the parchment, wiping the quill, ready to lead her away. The princess pauses before leaving, glancing once more at the desk, the parchment, the lute. They are tools, yes, but also walls. Each lesson is a stone, each hour another layer. Together they build the shape of her life, steady, unchanging, like beads sliding endlessly across a worn string. Silent corridors weigh heavier than stone or duty. She leaves the schoolroom with ink drying on her fingers and the music still faintly humming along the edges of thought. The corridor beyond is long and dim, the sort of passage that swallows sound and returns only the hush of one's own breath. Tapestries soften the stone. Hunting scenes, saints with steady eyes, a river stitched in blue silk that never moves. The air smells of beeswax and old wool, and of the herbs crushed in the rushes underfoot. Here, voices lower themselves to a whisper. Even laughter, when it dares to appear, folds its hands and looks at the floor. Alice walks half a pace behind, hands tucked into her sleeves for warmth. "Your father sent word," she murmurs. The words are small, but they tilt the day. The princess nods, though her throat tightens a little. Summons arrive like weather, not to be questioned, only met. They turn a corner and pass a narrow window slit where a blade of daylight cuts the dust into bright motes. Below, in the yard, the drill continues, blunted swords tapping against shields, a shout carried thin by the wind. The sound reaches them like something remembered rather than heard. Here, in the private veins of the keep, other rules apply. Walk near the wall, step aside for elders. Lower your eyes when stewards pass with sealed letters. Do not touch the tapestries. Do not hurry unless sent for. At the stair, the chamberlain waits, a careful man whose shoes never seem to scuff. He bows just enough. "His lordship will receive you," he says. No frivolity, no gloss. He leads them upward by a spiral stair, whose central post is polished by centuries of hands. The climb turns thought inward. round and round, breath measured, skirts lifted free of the steps. The princess feels that familiar pull between ribs. Not fear, exactly, but the quiet bracing one makes before cold water. Outside her father's chamber, 2 guards stand with halberds upright, their faces disciplined into blankness. The chamberlain lifts the latch and slips inside. A pause. Then the door opens again. She goes in alone, as custom requires. Alice waits by the wall with the same composure she keeps in illness, in travel, in storms. Warmth greets her. A coal fire resting low in the grate, a scent of sealing wax, the faint iron smell of ink. The chamber is orderly, maps pinned and weighed at the corners with carved stones. A narrow table laid with parchments and a deep green ribbon. The king's chair pulled slightly back, so that when he rises it looks as if the chair itself has learned to bow. He does not embrace her, of course. They do not live in an age of embraces, but he nods with a softness that he may not allow his counsel to see. "Daughter," he says, as if the word were a title. "Sit." She obeys. The chair she chooses is built to be straight, to teach the spine its duty. He rests 2 fingers on a folded parchment and studies her across the space that always lies between them, even when a table does not. "A messenger arrived in the night," he says. "From across the water." The king does not need to name the kingdom. In these walls, across the water has only one meaning. Our neighbors speak of prudence. They speak of peace. They speak of bonds between houses. He does not say marriage. He does not say her name in the same breath as treaties. He speaks as kings do, with words that make roads, but do not say who must walk them. She listens with the stillness she learned at prayers. The lines of the maps, rivers like veins, are clear at her side. On one, a strip of coastline is shaded a careful ink wash, like dawn pressed into paper. He taps the parchment once, as if that could steady the tide. "Your tutors commend your Latin," he adds, almost absently, which in his language means, "You are being watched, and so far you have not failed." He turns the folded sheet and presses the seal with his thumb, as if reminding it to hold. "You'll keep at your French." "I will," she says. The words are small and completely obedient. Inside them, something flutters, not in rebellion, but in self-preservation. The same quiet bird that woke before dawn. He inclines his head. The audience is finished. A summons never lingers. He is already reaching for the next sheet. The next matter is always waiting. She rises, curtsies not too deep. One must never make a bow that cannot be kept, and withdraws with the same measured steps that brought her in. In the passage again, Alice reads her face the way gardeners read the sky. She asks nothing, which is a kindness. They move down a different stair that spills them into the long gallery where ladies of the court work their daylight away with needles and fine thread. Here the hush is softer, the air warmer from so many bodies close together. A table of colored silks glows like a meadow. The princess takes her place beside a frame stretched with linen and the beginning of a border, vines and pomegranates, the patient geometry of beauty. Lady Agnes, older than most here and possessed of a gentleness that conceals steel, leans over to inspect the tension of the linen. "Good," she murmurs. "Steady hands make straight days." It sounds like praise, but she knows it is a rule. So many rules wear the costume of blessing. They sew in a companionable quiet, a rustle of fabric, a whisper of thread as it gathers and rests. Through the windows, the light thins and refines, as if the day were being strained for clarity. From time to time, a servant passes with a jug of warmed wine. From time to time, a page comes and goes with a message wrapped in ribbon. Nothing breaks the hush, not even a dropped thimble. It rolls to a stop against a rush stem and waits to be gathered up. When the French tutor arrives, the temperature in the room drops by a degree that only the women notice. She is not unkind, the tutor, but she is precise, and precision is often mistaken for winter. She carries a slim book bound in leather the color of tea. "We will revise the vowels," she says, not yet seated, as if sitting would concede something. They move to a small alcove near the far window. The princess folds her hands atop the table, and the tutor begins. The mouth a little wider, the tongue a little higher, the nose allowed to hum just so. Words step out like birds from a hedge, and the tutor remarks upon each one with the same care birders use for feathers. When the princess allows an English softness to blur a French edge, the tutor does not strike her knuckles, as some masters do. She only closes the book with a sound that is the gentlest possible warning and says, "Again, again." Between repetitions, the princess watches the yard below, the guard being relieved, a passing cart with its axle complaining, a boy darting to rescue a hat pushed by the wind. She thinks how all motion, even the smallest, is ruled by someone's bell, someone's list. She thinks how the list is never written in her hand. Then she pushes the thought away, as she has learned to do, and shapes the next vowel like a duty. When the lesson ends, the tutor inclined her head. "Better," she says. "The single word is nearly a ribbon. It will have to do." Afternoon leans toward evening. The corridor takes them back toward the chapel for the small office before the meal. Along the way, they must halt twice to let a steward pass with a tray of sealed letters, and once to stand aside while the Queen's physician carries his case toward the north stair. Eyes lowered, mouth set. Here, where the air tastes of stone, even footfalls are part of ritual. A page's quick step is scolded with a glance. A whisper is reduced by a finger to the lips. At the chapel door, a carved saint looks down with a gaze steady enough to outlast any doubt. Inside, the candles make gentle weather of their own. The priest begins, and the familiar syllables pour like warm water. She makes the responses without searching. The words practice her, as much as she practices them. She prays, for her father's temper to be calm if the sea is not, for her mother's rest to be undisturbed, for her own heart to find a place within its cage that does not bruise. The prayers seem to rise and settle among the rafters like birds deciding whether to stay. Supper follows, slow and formal. She eats what is placed before her in small bites, with pauses that match the pauses of those set higher at the table. She listens to talk that is not quite talk, phrases shipped carefully from one side to the other, polished at both ends so no splinter can catch. The bishop, visiting from a neighboring see, remarks upon the weather as if the sky were a vassal. Her father remarks upon roads as if mud could be persuaded. Everyone agrees in sentences that step politely around the center of the room, where the matter of "across the water" sits like a covered dish. Afterward, the long corridors open once more. Torches bloom at intervals, their light pooling on the stone like bowls of honey. She walks them as one walks a thought, slowly, with care. In an alcove near the eastern stair, a tapestry hangs with a join down the middle where two halves were stitched together years ago. When she was small, she used to slide a fingertip along that seam to feel how the world is made of pieces. Now she rests her hand at her side and only looks and remembers. Alice keeps pace, quiet, present. When the corridor bends, the wind finds them again, faint, a thread of night choosing its own path through the keep. It smells of damp mortar and a little of pear wood from the carpenter's shed. Far away, a door shuts with the respect all doors owe to darkness. They pass a niche where a little lamp burns before a painted Virgin. Someone has kneaded a twist of bread beside it and tucked a sprig of rosemary under the edge. She does not know who. The offering feels like a footnote the day left for itself, a reminder that not all rules are written in charters. Some are stitched in bread and herb, in the turn of a key, in the rueful smile two maids share when a jug sloshes and dresses must be blotted dry. Back in her own passage, the hush deepens. The castle breathes. It has lungs in every wall. She pauses at her door and listens once more to the tiny sounds that say the night is coming into its work, the clink of a poker in a grate, a murmur as pallets are spread for the lower servants, the whickering sigh of a horse settling to the straw. To live here is to learn the grammar of stone, when to speak, where to walk, how to fold a thought so it can pass unchallenged through a narrow place. Inside, the room is already prepared, the fire banked, the jug of water set, the comb laid teeth down so it will not take dust. On the chest, her veil is folded into a pale crescent. She touches its edge the way one might touch a sleeping hand, lightly, not to wake it. "Shall I light an extra candle, my lady?" Alice asks. "No," she says. "The one will do." Alice nods and draws the curtain across the door to the little antechamber, where she and the other girls sleep. The princess stands alone for a moment and lets the day settle. In the quiet, the audience with her father replays itself, but without edges now, smoothed by distance the way a river stones its banks. "Across the water," he had said. "Keep at your French." She imagines words like oars dipping in and out, pulling her toward a shore she cannot yet see. She moves to the window slit and presses her palm to the cool stone. Darkness has almost gathered the yard in its apron. A thin moon tilts above the eastern tower like a boat at rest. Somewhere, faint but clean, a bell notes the hour. One small coin dropped into the purse of the night. This is what the corridors have taught her. That silence is a country with its own roads, its own inns, its own laws. That one can travel far within it and still arrive where duty expects to find you. That rules can be a kind of shelter when the weather is uncertain. She thinks of the seam in the tapestry, how the two halves meet and hold. She thinks of her mother's ring, folded away. She thinks of her own name written not on a map, but inside the cover of a book she might yet keep by her bed, to open in the hours before bells, when no one asks and the quiet answers. Outside, the wind loses interest and goes on to trouble other roofs. The rushes give a soft sigh under her step as she turns away. One candle burnishes the room into gentleness, a gleam along the rim of the pitcher, a coin of light on the comb, the warm belly of the clay brazier. The hush has weight, yes, but it is not always an enemy. Sometimes it is simply a blanket drawn high. Choices unseen close in like mist against a gate. The day turns, as all days do, yet there are hours when its current feels slower, heavier, as if the air itself hesitates. Afternoon has passed into the long slope toward evening, and the princess finds herself in chambers set aside for women's work, where light falls softer and words are weighed even more carefully than stitches. The chamber is warm, smelling faintly of beeswax polish and lavender sprigs pressed into the rushes. A fire lingers low, not meant for comfort, but for steadying needles and thawing fingers grown stiff. She sits with her embroidery frame before her, linen stretched tight, the design traced faintly in chalk. Thread gleams in shades of crimson and gold, colors chosen not for her pleasure but for the heraldry they represent. Each stitch is small, precise, and meant to last longer than memory. Around her, the other ladies murmur in subdued tones, the rise and fall of their voices no louder than the rustle of skirts against benches. Every phrase is measured, every glance mindful, for walls are patient listeners. It is in such rooms that the barriers grow most visible, though no one names them. They gather like mist, soft yet impenetrable, filling the spaces between duty and desire. She feels them with every stitch, the expectation that her hands be steady, her eyes lowered, her words few. She feels them in the weight of her gown, layers upon layers that make swift movement impossible, each fold reminding her of what must remain hidden. A girl younger than she, barely old enough to be called a lady-in-waiting, leans over to whisper about a falconer she once glimpsed in the courtyard. The words tremble with excitement, fragile as glass. Before the sentence is even complete, one of the older women clears her throat softly, and the whisper dries in the air. The barrier asserts itself. The young girl bends back to her work, cheeks flushed, thread pulled too tight so that the linen puckers. The princess watches this small exchange and sees herself in it. Curiosity pruned before it can bloom, feelings folded like garments and put away. She does not sigh. Even that would be noted. Instead, she sets her needle carefully and keeps her eyes on the vines she is stitching. Yet inside, she feels the mist gather closer, pressing against her ribs. Later, when the embroidery frames are covered and put aside, she moves with the others into the withdrawing room. Here the air is cooler, the windows higher, the floor scattered with cushions embroidered by women whose hands are now dust. Servants pour warm, spiced wine into shallow cups. They hand them round with lowered gazes, careful to let fingers brush nothing but wood. The princess accepts hers, sipping politely, though she dislikes the sweetness that clings to her tongue. She drinks because to refuse would be noticed, and being noticed is its own danger. Her mother enters then, gliding in silks the color of winter seas. The ladies rise, curtsy, and seat themselves only when she has taken her place. Conversation resumes, but it shifts its shape, bending itself around her presence like vines around a post. The queen listens more than she speaks, eyes unreadable, hands still as folded wings. She asks no questions of her daughter, yet every glance feels like a test, as though the girl's silence must prove something more than her words ever could. The princess feels the barrier here most of all, the one between herself and the woman who gave her life, a distance enforced not by cruelty, but by the very fabric of their world, where affection is a private currency rarely spent in public. She longs to ask her mother simple things. Did you ever feel afraid on your wedding day? Did you carry secrets in your sleeve? Did you, too, whisper wishes into the darkness before dawn? But the questions remain locked behind her teeth. Instead, she sips her wine and murmurs polite responses to a countess who comments on the weather, as if the sky's moods were a safer subject than their own. Her laughter, when it comes, is quiet and brief, shaped to fit the pattern of the room. She learns again what she already knows. In such spaces, words are not for truth, but for survival. When the queen withdraws, the room exhales. Shoulders lower, voices rise a shade, but the mist does not vanish. It lingers, filling the gaps between what might be said and what is permitted. The princess feels it cling as she rises, following Alice back through the corridor toward her chamber. The passage is darker now, torches sputtering in their iron brackets. Their flames throw shadows that leap like dancers across the stone. Each step echoes, swallowed quickly as though the walls disapprove of noise. She thinks of the seam in the tapestry she passed earlier, how two halves were forced to meet and stitched until they became whole. She wonders if that is what will be asked of her, to be stitched into another life, another country, until no seam shows. Back in her room, Alice helps her remove her heavier gown, folding it with the care taught by generations. They work in silence broken only by the whisper of fabric, the click of a clasp. At last, in her shift, she feels the air reach her skin again, light and freeing, though she knows it will not last. Alice pours water into the basin and offers a cloth. The princess presses it to her face, the coolness a relief after so many hours of careful composure. "Do you ever wish for more?" she asks softly, surprising herself. Alice blinks, then lowers her eyes. "Sometimes," she admits, "but wishing can be heavy if you carry it too far." She wrings out the cloth, her hands steady. Better to fold it small, keep it in a pocket, and let it warm you when you can. The princess holds on to those words, rolling them like beads through her mind. She thinks of her own hidden ring, the secret wish pressed into her palm before dawn. Perhaps that is what Alice meant. Carry the wish small, but keep it. Let it warm. Night gathers fully outside. The castle grows quieter, settling into its own kind of rest. She moves to the narrow window, where the moon has lifted itself above the roofline. Mist curls in the courtyard, soft and white, blurring edges until walls look like dreams of themselves. She leans against the stone, cool beneath her fingers, and thinks of all the barriers, spoken and unspoken, that hold her life in place. Yet she does not despair, for within mist there is always movement. It may hide the gate, but it does not seal it. Somewhere beyond, paths continue, unseen but waiting. Faces around her mirror paths she might take. By late afternoon, the light has turned the color of cooled tea, soft and brown along the corridors, and the castle has slipped into that steady hum that precedes the evening bell. The princess leaves the gallery of needles and banners and follows Alice down a narrower passage where the air grows warmer, sweeter, and altogether less ceremonial. They are bound for the still room, where the castle keeps its quieter knowledge, things learned from mothers and grandmothers, from hedgerows and seasons, knowledge that does not travel with trumpets. The door stands half open. Inside, shelves hold stoppered bottles like a small, patient army, each with a paper collar inked in a careful hand. Rosemary water, comfrey salve, horehound syrup, oil of saint, johnswort. Bundles of drying herbs hang from a beam, turning gently in a draught, their silhouettes like prayer flags. A copper pan sighs on a brazier, and somewhere a bee complains softly in a window, confused by the smell of wax and the memory of flowers. Mistress Marjorie turns at their step, her apron flower-dusted, though there is no flower here, gray hair caught back with a ribbon that was once blue. She was old when the princess was born, which means she has been alive longer than any argument about fashion, and she greets the girl without curtsy or fuss. "There you are," she says, as one might to a granddaughter late from play. "Bring those good hands over here. We'll finish the salve before the bishop's cold finds him." The princess takes the pestle. It fits her palm the way a well-loved tool will fit any hand, that is to say, like a memory. Marjorie nods approvingly and drops a curl of beeswax into the pan, where it softens and shines. "Honey to soften," she says, "and wax to hold." She says it as if the sentence were a proverb one could live by. She stirs, and the scent rises, lavender and clean earth and the sweetness the hive gives when the season is generous. As they work, Marjorie talks, not as a tutor lectures, but as clouds move across a field, steady, unhurried, shading and brightening by turns. Your mother had hands like yours when she came, she says. Quiet hands, but strong. She learned to strain rose water without clouding it. She learned to keep peppermint from bruising. I told her what I tell you. Be kind to your herbs, and they'll be kind to you. The princess smiles before she thinks to prevent it. Were you kind to the physicians too? She asks, the question nearly playful. Marjorie's eyes crease with mischief. Physicians? They are men with Latin on their tongues and leeches in their pockets. They bring a sack of rules and leave you with a headache. But even a leech has its hour. It does not ask whether you are lord or cook before it drinks. That, at least, I admire. She lifts the pan, tilts it, decides, and sets it back again. Now, Comfrey, feel how the leaf is rough. It will teach you to be careful. This is a plant that wants a promise. The girl runs a thumb along the veined green and nods as if she could sign such a contract. Marjorie watches her for a moment, and then, in that unblinking way old women have, shifts the subject exactly where it needs to go. Across the water, she says lightly, as if remarking on rain, you'll find other plants under other suns. Don't turn your nose at them, because they have new names. Grief is grief, whatever syllables you give it. So is comfort. The sentence lands gently, but does not fade. The princess places the pestle down as if it might bruise the table. I will remember, she says, and means it. Alice, sleeves rolled, has been arranging clean cloths on a rail to dry. She glances over, a quick darting glance that asks if her lady is all right without making a spectacle of it. The princess answers with a tilt of her head, small but clear. In this room, words can be saved for when they are truly needed. Marjorie pours the heated salve into little pots, earth brown with lids that fit like promises kept. Label them, she says, and the princess shapes the letters carefully. Her own writing is neat, sometimes too neat, as if it is afraid to show a flourish, but here her hand loosens a little, warmed by steam and the steady encouragement of a woman who has nothing to prove, and therefore proves everything. By the time the last pot is set aside to cool, the room smells like a field after rain. Marjorie wipes the spoon, lays it to rest, and, as if the thought has only now occurred, says, "Take one for your own chest." She pretends to busy herself with twine while the princess slips a little pot into the pocket of her kirtle. No eyes will see it there, but the knowing of it will ride with her like a small sun. Back in the corridor, the castle feels different, as if, by walking into a room where remedies are made, she has stepped temporarily out of a life where remedies are seldom offered. Alice falls into pace. Mistress Marjorie would have made a fine general, she says softly. She never shouts, and everyone does as she asks. Perhaps she is one, the princess says, and the thought pleases them both so much that they let themselves smile as they climb the stair. They are sent next to the little chess room, the one with a latticed window and a rug that muffles the scrape of table legs. There a visiting noble girl waits, hands folded just so, posture so correct that it makes a sort of hush around her. She is called Lady Eleanor of the March, 2 years older, which to the young is a continent. Her gown is the color of barley and fits as if it had opinions. She rises only as far as courtesy demands and dips her head with perfect economy. Your Highness, she says, and the title sits between them like a bowl set carefully on a tray. The princess returns the greeting, and they sit. The board is carved walnut, the pieces smooth from many palms. Eleanor moves a pawn with no more drama than rain darkening a path. They play this way for a while, wood ticking softly, eyes moving, the room breathing. Eleanor's face is deliberate. She wears it as one wears a veil, both shelter and message. When she speaks, it is about weather in a county the princess has not seen, about a new court dance where the hand lifts only to the height of dignity, about a cousin whose mother has begun to choose fabrics with foreign light in them, which is how modest young women say a match is coming. "What does the foreign light feel like?" the princess asks, the question almost a child's. Eleanor lifts her brow, amused without letting it show by much. "Like a candle that belongs to someone else," she says, "but you are told kindly that you may read by it." She advances a bishop, and only then allows a small sigh, a private luxury, as if she has just loosened the laces of a thought. "I envy your French," she adds, meaning, "I see the work you have done, and I know what it costs." The princess hears both meanings and lets her night stretch into a bolder square than she would have dared last week. "Do you ever wish to set the candle down?" she asks, barely above the rustle of sleeves. Eleanor considers the board and the words together. "Wishing is like salt," she says, good in its place. "Too much ruins the broth." Her smile is quick and straight. Besides, the candlelight shows the stitches some others would prefer I missed. It is useful to see they continue, and the talk turns to small things that hold large shapes. Gloves sent from a city famous for their scent of orange peel. A tutor who clears his throat for punctuation. A falconer who mends jesses with more tenderness than some men use for vows. Each detail is ordinary and not at all ordinary, because the girls listen as if these threads might someday be needed to mend a tear at a crucial seam. Eleanor wins without gloating. She does not say checkmate. She lays the king down as if allowing a tired thing to sleep. Then she reaches for the bowl of sugared almonds and selects one like a choice she is permitted to make. "I am to leave in spring," she says, looking at the almond as if it would give counsel. "North rather than across the water. The roads there are honest in their difficulty. Mud tells you what it is. People, less so. The princess, who's watched mud all her life using the idiom of boots, nods slowly. "What will you bring?" she asks. It is a practical question wearing a wistful coat. Eleanor's eyes soften with respect. "I will bring a copy of Boethius stitched into the padding of my coffers," she says, very matter of fact. "And thread." They always forget the thread. She lowers her voice a fraction. "And a story my nurse said was unlucky to tell, which is exactly why I must carry it." They part with the small courtesies that women exchange when they understand each other's weather. Nothing extravagant, everything true. As the princess steps back into the corridor, she feels as though she has been given a map that does not show roads, only winds. It is enough. At the turning to the east stair, Margaret, one of the younger attendants, waits with a basket of pressed linens. She shifts it to one hip and falls into step, chattering softly of nothing dangerous. A candle that sputtered, a page who sneezed, the way the laundry steam fogged the small window and drew ghostly trees on the glass. She is the mirror of what a kinder life might be. Work clear as water, tasks that begin and finish within an hour, laughter that does not require translation. The princess listens with appetite and encourages her with questions that have no daggers hidden in them. In the lower passage by the kitchens, warmth spills like soup. A pot clucks. bread shoulders against bread on long boards, like soldiers friendly after campaign. The cook, arms muscled by years of stirring, nods without bowing. "Mind the pies," she says to no one and everyone. A scullery boy carries a bucket nearly as large as himself, and a maid swats his sleeve with a cloth as he sloshes past. They do not look up to see a princess. To them, she is a figure in a story they do not have time to finish. The anonymity buoys her like a hand under an elbow. When she and Alice climb the stair again, they pass the small oratory where a lamp is kept for travelers. Someone, perhaps a groom with a sister who coughs, has set a sprig of thyme on the shelf, and the smell leaps like a remembered promise. Alice pauses, breathes it, and then smiles with her eyes alone, because the rest of her is busy being practical. Back in her chamber, the day has thinned to its good bones. The window holds a square of sky the color of a bruise healing. Alice brings out the little psalter with its worn leather and lays it near the candlestick, then hesitates. "May I mend your cuff now, my lady?" she asks, and when the princess nods, she chooses the smallest needle and the strongest thread and bites it to make the end obey. The princess sits while the mending happens and lets the faces of the day arrange themselves like cards in a hand. Marjorie with her jars and her bee wisdom. Eleanor with her veiled candor and chess that never made a scene. Margaret with the laundry steam drawing ghost trees. The cook with bread like a good army. Alice with a needle that knows obedience and mercy are not enemies. Each one a mirror, tilted at a slightly different angle, catching some part of the girl she is and the woman she might be. For a breath, she allows herself a dark little humor. How leeches, as Marjorie said, do not ask rank before they bite. It is a relief to be equal in such a small, odd court. She smiles into her sleeve and feels the smile behave. When the cuff is mended, Alice smooths it and kisses it, a reflex from years of making hurts quiet in nurseries. The gesture is so quick it is almost a secret. The princess hears in it the same sentence Marjorie spoke, honey to soften, wax to hold, and realizes that the people who surround her have been practicing that recipe all day long, sometimes with sugar almonds and chessboards, sometimes with thyme on a shelf, sometimes with the simple decision to let a girl tell a story all the way to the end. The bell for evening prayers begins its layered music, one deep, one bright, then the two together like hands meeting. The sound walks the corridors, climbs the stairs, finds them where they are. The princess stands, and the room reshapes itself around her, as rooms do around those who must leave and those who must wait. She tucks the little pot of salve deeper into her pocket, and with it, a portion of courage, distilled and cooled, ready for use. Alice lifts the cloak from its peg and settles it over her shoulders. For a moment, the fabric is very warm where a fire has been, and Alice has been, and that warmth speaks more deeply than any blessing the priest will give. The princess looks once at the candle, once at the window, once at the small, neat mending, and then she moves toward the door, carrying with her the faces that have shown her, without sermon or spectacle, the many ways a girl can remain herself while stepping carefully along the narrow road. Gentle company offers warmth in whispered corners. Evening falls upon the keep in a way that feels less like the sun has gone down and more like the castle has drawn its breath inward. Shadows thicken at the bases of the walls, torches pop and hiss where the damp has reached their resin, and the air in the passages gathers the cool scent of stone after heat. The great hall, where hours ago voices rang formal and stiff, is quieter now, reserved for those with errands to finish and for servants hurrying with trays to the solar or withdrawing chambers. The princess has learned that in these hours, when the outer duties rest and the solemn ceremonies are paused, a different kind of company emerges. Not the company of councils or priests or masters, but the softer companionship of those who live beside her. Young women close to her own age, maids whose laughter leaks despite the rules, and Alice, who has stood near since the cradle. This is a company that heals in small increments, like drops of water falling on dry earth. Her chamber is warm when she returns, a brazier humming softly, its heat pressing against the chill that creeps down from the arrow slits. Alice sets aside the cloak and with a knowing look reaches for the small pitcher of watered wine. "Not too much," she reminds, half in jest, "or you'll dream of bishops counting sheep instead of prayers." The princess almost laughs, a faint sound that startles her by its own ease. Margaret slips in not long after, hair a little damp from carrying linens through mist. She drops a curtsy only deep enough to satisfy form, then settles herself cross-legged on a cushion, balancing a basket of mending. "I brought it here," she says, "so I can hear the stories properly." Her voice carries the same eagerness she once brought to chasing geese in the yard, a sound unsoftened by calculation. Soon, Lady Catherine and Lady Elena arrive, each with some excuse, an errand delivered, a comb returned. In truth, it is simply the natural drawing together of those who share long hours, the gravity of young women seeking the warmth of each other's presence in a world that rarely pauses to ask what they need. They sit close, their skirts spreading like overlapping petals, their voices rising in tones carefully measured at first, then freer as the hour grows deeper. The princess leans back against the carved bedpost, veil loosened, hair beginning to slip free. For once she does not mind. Here, in this circle, the looseness itself feels like permission. Alice begins a tale, one she has told before, but which no one tires of hearing. It is about a merchant who lost his way in a forest and stumbled upon a hut where bread baked itself and pots washed themselves, all so long as he remembered to thank them. The girls laugh at the absurdity, but softly, the way one laughs at night so as not to wake the sleeping. Margaret adds her own story, this one less polished, about a cousin who swore he saw the ghost of a dog in the orchard, guarding a tree heavy with apples. Catherine shakes her head but listens, her hands busy with her embroidery hoop, needle flashing like a firefly. Perhaps the dog was only waiting for someone kind enough to share, Elena suggests, and the thought lingers in the air like a spark before settling. The princess listens more than she speaks. She lets the stories move through her like music, each voice carrying its own rhythm. What matters is not the tale itself, but the sharing, the way silence is filled with kindness instead of judgment. It is here that she feels most herself, not as daughter of a king or promise of a treaty, but simply as a girl among girls, equal in laughter, equal in wonder. Alice notices when her cup runs low and pours only a little more, with the same discretion she uses in every moment of her service. Margaret leans her shoulder against the bedpost and hums a tune learned from the laundry maids. Catherine pricks her finger and curses in a whisper that makes them all bite their lips to keep from giggling too loudly. Elena, shyest of them, surprises the group by mimicking one of the court ladies' stiff walk, and they nearly choke on their laughter, muffling it in their sleeves. It is a kind of rebellion, though no one names it as such. To claim joy, however small, in a world that demands composure. These are not grand acts, no banners raised, but the simple insistence that youth has a right to breathe. The princess allows herself to imagine, just for a moment, what it might be like if life were always this way, if her place in the world were measured not by treaties, but by the way her friends leaned closer to hear her whisper, or by how many stories they could share before the brazier burned low. She knows such a life is not hers to keep, yet she treasures the imagining. Later, as the hour deepens, Alice brushes out her hair with slow strokes, the others helping to fold garments and tidy cushions. The rhythm of their movements is soothing, a lullaby in gesture rather than song. Outside, the mist presses close against the shutters, turning the world into a softer, smaller place. Before they part for their pallets, Margaret whispers, "When you go across the sea, you'll still have us. We'll be the corner of England you carry with you." Her voice is earnest, unadorned. The princess swallows the sudden tightness in her throat. "I know," she answers, and lets her hand rest briefly over Margaret's, a promise exchanged without ceremony. The room empties slowly, footsteps hushed, doors drawn quietly closed. Only Alice remains, smoothing the blankets and murmuring that the brazier will last until morning. When the princess lies down, the last thing she hears is Alice humming the tune Margaret had carried in from the laundry, a simple melody that needs no words. A kind key unlocks comfort in small gestures. Morning drifts into the castle, not with fanfare, but with the slow gathering of ordinary tasks. The princess wakes to the sound of Alice carefully stirring the fire, coaxing coals into flame with patient breaths. The air in the chamber is cool, the kind of cool that sharpens thought before the day layers it with duties. She lies still for a moment, eyes on the faint line of light that slips around the shutter, listening to the rhythm of Alice's motions. It is in these quiet beginnings that kindness first shows itself, not as grand declarations, but as keys slipped into locks unnoticed. Alice places a warmed cloth at her bedside so the water will not bite. Margaret later leaves a sprig of mint tucked into the corner of her napkin at breakfast, a gesture without comment, meant only to brighten a mouthful of bread. Catherine whispers a warning before the tutor enters. "He is in a mood today. Be careful with the vowels." None of these things change the course of kingdoms, yet each one unlocks a small door inside her chest, allowing her to breathe a little more freely. After the meal, she is summoned to the solar, where her mother sits with her ladies. The queen's presence is always formal, but there are moments, rare and fleeting, when something gentler slips through. Today, as the princess kneels to kiss her hand, the queen lets her fingers linger, just slightly, as though remembering the child she once held. No words follow, and the gesture passes quickly, but it leaves its warmth behind. The solar hums with the sound of women at their embroidery frames. Silk threads glint in the light that falls through tall windows. Patterns emerge slowly. Vines, saints, shields, each stitch a promise of patience. The princess takes her place, unfolding her own work, though her eyes wander often to the faces around her. Lady Agnes offers her a square of candied ginger when the queen looks away. Elena quietly exchanges a thread color so the pattern will please her more. Again, these are not actions that will be recorded in chronicles, but in this room where silence often feels heavy, they serve as small keys opening small doors. When the French tutor arrives, the air tightens. Lessons of language are sharp and exacting, and the princess knows the weight of each error. But as she stumbles through a sentence about gardens and rivers, she hears a faint cough from Catherine across the room, deliberate, covering the whisper of a correction. The word slides into her ear, and she shapes it properly on her tongue. The tutor, unaware of the aid, nods curtly and continues, A door opens. Breath returns. Later, in the great hall, the air is thick with smoke from the hearth and the smell of roasting meat. Pages hurry with pitchers, spilling more than they pour. The princess sits at her appointed place, eating dutifully, offering the right smiles at the right comments. Lord Edwin, pompous and self-satisfied, sends a goblet as a gift, ornate with twisted silver. She lifts it with care, forcing a smile that feels brittle. Yet Alice, behind her chair, leans forward to murmur, "Sip only once. The wine is too strong." The warning is soft, almost swallowed by the din, but it steadies her. She takes the single sip, then lets the goblet rest heavy in her hand. The kindness is invisible to all but her, and that is enough. In the evening, she finds herself once again in the company of her closest attendants. They gather in the chamber, fire crackling low, and share stories. Margaret sings a snatch of a harvest tune. Elena reads a line from a psalter with unexpected beauty. The princess watches their faces in the firelight and feels each gesture, each glance, each smile, as though they were keys pressed into her palm. "Do you know what I've learned?" Margaret says suddenly, her voice as bright as her eyes. "That kindness is like a key you never know you've lost until someone places it back in your hand." She looks embarrassed at her own boldness, but the princess holds the thought close. Later, alone, she turns the idea over in her mind. She thinks of all the unspoken barriers, the corridors heavy with silence, the rules that hem her life. They are doors without handles, walls without windows, and yet, every day, some small kindness finds its way to her. Alice's warmed cloth, her mother's brief touch, Catherine's whispered correction, Margaret's sprig of mint. Each one is a key, unlocking just enough space to breathe. She lies in bed, candlelight soft against the chamber walls, and feels the weight of those keys gathered inside her. Not heavy, not burdensome, but like a small purse kept close, filled with tokens of care. The future may demand that she step through doors she has not chosen, but she will carry these keys with her. Perhaps, when the locks of duty close tight, she will still find a way to turn them. Vows spoken softly bind her to an unseen groom. The day that had hovered on the horizon of her thoughts finally arrives, not with thunder or trumpets, but with the slow certainty of dawn pressing its light through shutters. The castle stirs as always, maids carrying basins, boys clattering with buckets, guards stamping warmth into their boots. But beneath the ordinary sounds lies a current, steady and unyielding. Today, words will be spoken in a chapel, words that will change the shape of her life, though the man for whom they are meant will not be present to hear them. Alice dresses her with hands careful as prayer. Each layer feels less like fabric and more like stone, a garment built not for comfort, but for memory. The gown is heavy, woven with threads of gold that glint even in half light. Veil upon veil is laid across her hair until she feels less like herself and more like a figure stitched into a tapestry. Alice adjusts the last pin, then pauses, as if to speak, then only says softly, "You look as you must." The princess nods, understanding the weight behind the words. The chapel, when she enters, is filled with air thick from incense burned too generously, as though smoke might hide the strangeness of this day. Candles line the altar, their flames bowing and straightening in the drafts. Rows of faces turn toward her, lords in heavy cloaks, ladies with jewels like sparks along their veils, priests in robes dark with embroidered thread. Their eyes weigh her, not as a daughter or child, but as a vessel of alliance. At the far end stands Lord Bertrand, proxy for the man she is to marry. He looks as stiff as the carved saints along the wall, his expression unreadable, his posture rehearsed. Beside him, Father Ambrose waits, lips already shaping the Latin phrases that will bind her life. The music begins. Recorders, a drum, the clear thread of a harp, and she takes her father's arm. His stride is measured, firm, carrying her forward as though she were not walking, but being delivered. Each step rings against the stone, a sound she knows she will remember forever. The ceremony itself moves like a river of syllables. Latin phrases wash over her, practiced and precise, words she has repeated until they have lost meaning. And yet, today, they settle heavy on her skin. She answers when prompted, her voice low but steady, as though some part of her knows that even trembling would be recorded, remembered, perhaps judged. When Lord Bertrand slips the ring upon her finger on behalf of the absent groom, she feels the metal like a chain, cool, binding, final. She does not look at his face. She keeps her eyes fixed on the altar, on the candles that drip wax onto linen already stained with old ceremonies. In that moment, the vows are done. She is bound not in body, but in law, in custom, in the eyes of the church and the expectations of two kingdoms. Married to a man she has never met, who even now remains across the water, learning the same duties, carrying his own weight of expectation. The hall outside the chapel fills quickly with the swell of voices, congratulatory and formal. The feast awaits, a spread more elaborate than any she has known. Delicacies from distant coasts, sugar sculptures that sparkle like frozen lace, goblets of wine too strong to drink without caution. Yet her seat, though placed at the head, remains strangely lonely. To her right, where a husband would sit, there is only absence dressed in ceremony. Lord Bertrand has returned to his place among the French delegation, his duty complete. The space beside her is a shadow, a reminder that her marriage is more idea than flesh. Gift after gift is placed before her, chalices of gold, jewels heavy enough to bruise, relics said to hold slivers of saints' bones. She accepts each with words carefully practiced, her French fluent enough now to win nods of approval. But none of these offerings are meant for her alone. Each is meant for what she represents, a bridge between nations. Alice stands behind her chair, leaning forward now and then to murmur the small truths no one else bothers to give. Drink only water for now. The fish has bones. Take care. Smile for Lord Edwin. He is watching. Each whisper is a kindness folded between the layers of expectation. A key slipped into her hand when every door feels locked. The feast stretches long into evening, music and acrobats offering distraction. Yet she feels suspended, caught in the strange in-between. No longer a daughter in her father's house, not yet a wife in her husband's. A married virgin, a figure in a story she did not write. When at last Lady Isabel appears at her side and murmurs, "It is time," she rises. Her father kisses her forehead, rare tenderness in so public a place. Her mother embraces her briefly, whispering only, "Remember who you are." The words echo louder than the bells. In her chamber, the trunks are already packed. Her wedding gown is folded away, unlikely to be worn again. Tomorrow she will leave these walls, the only home she has ever known, carrying with her only a handful of familiar faces and a promise spoken in Latin. Alice brushes her hair in silence, the strokes slow and steady. "You will come with me?" the princess asks, though she knows the answer. Alice meets her eyes in the polished metal mirror. Of course. Already packed, and Margaret too, and the others. You will not be alone. The words soothe but do not erase the truth that she is stepping into a life chosen not by her heart, but by history. She lies down, listening as Alice reads from the Book of Tales, the same ritual that has carried her through so many nights. Her eyes close on stories of quests and far-off lands, but the tale she carries into sleep is her own, a vow spoken in shadow, binding her to a man she has yet to meet, and to a future that feels both distant and inevitable. A feast glimmers, though absence leaves one seat bare. The hall is alive with a kind of light that has less to do with candles than with expectation. Torches crackle in their sconces, fires leap high in both hearths, and along the long tables, polished goblets catch every flicker, turning flame into scattered jewels. From the dais where she sits, the princess sees the colors of silks and velvets ripple like water, deep crimsons, rich greens, the startling brightness of French blues. The air is sweet with roasted meats, sugared fruits, spiced wine. The feast is set to dazzle, as though to convince everyone, herself most of all, that a wedding is complete, even if the groom is absent. She takes her place of honor, and the chair to her right remains conspicuously vacant. It is a gap that no amount of finery can conceal, a silence seated among noise. Lord Bertrand has slipped back to the French delegation, his role as proxy concluded. His stiff formality is gone from her side, but so too is any pretense of partnership. She is marked already as wife, but she eats her bread and meat with no husband to share it. Every glance toward the empty chair reminds her of this peculiar limbo, married in law, unmarried in life. The courses arrive with the pomp of theater, roasted peacocks with feathers reattached for splendor, pies bursting with spiced apples, swans painted gold at their beaks. Trenchers of bread soak the juices of boar roasted whole. Dishes pass before her in a parade, each more elaborate than the last. She lifts her knife, cuts careful morsels, eats as expectation dictates. Yet her stomach feels as if it does not belong to her body, refusing to settle, twisting with each swallow. One by one, noble guests rise to offer gifts. A duke kneels, presenting a gilded cup hammered with saints' faces, the metal cold and heavy as he places it before her. A bishop follows, extending a reliquary said to contain a sliver of the true cross, his words dripping with solemnity. Others come with books bound in bright leather, pearls strung like moonlight, tapestries woven with lions and lilies. She thanks each in her best French, careful to shape vowels as Lady Isabel drilled. The delegation watches, judging, but also nodding at her fluency. Small victories gathered in the midst of spectacle. Yet nothing dispels the hollowness of the seat beside her. It becomes a character of its own, silent but demanding. She imagines it filled, the prince's face, pale and unfamiliar, features she has only heard described. She wonders if he would smile at the feast, or sit stiffly, or whisper something to her between courses. Instead, she feels only the absence, sharp as a draught between stones. Alice stands discreetly behind her, eyes sharp to danger no one else will name. "Small sips," she murmurs once, leaning close under cover of pouring wine. "It's strong." The princess obeys, setting her goblet down after the briefest taste. Later, Alice nudges a platter aside with a practiced hand, whispering, "The fish has bones. Be careful." These are the only words meant for her alone this entire night, and she treasures them more than jeweled cups or holy splinters. Lord Edwin waits for her reaction when he presents his gift, a brooch heavy with garnets, his eyes hungry for approval. She forces a look of pleasure, lips curving, head inclining, as though the bauble were more than another stone in the growing wall of expectation. Edwin beams, satisfied, and returns to his seat. Alice's quiet reminder, "Look pleased," echoes, reminding her that even false smiles can serve as armor. Musicians strike up lively airs between courses, recorders, and drums, weaving quick patterns that tug at the edges of solemnity. Acrobats tumble down the length of the hall, balancing on hands, tossing knives that glitter in the torchlight. Their laughter is real, almost jarring against the careful formality of noble speech. Children dart forward to gape, only to be pulled back by mothers tutting about dignity. The princess watches, smiling faintly, but the space at her side remains stubbornly empty, louder than the drums. When at last the feast begins to fade, guests leaning heavier in their seats, voices blurring into the smoke and music, she rises. Her father kisses her forehead. Her mother whispers a farewell in her ear. No tears, no outward sign of loss. The crowd parts as she departs, and still the empty chair sits waiting, untouched, a silent witness to the performance of a marriage that has yet to be lived. In her chamber, trunks stand ready. The gown is lifted from her shoulders, folded with reverence, unlikely to be worn again. Tomorrow she will leave this place, carrying the weight of gifts too heavy to lift alone, bound to a man across the water. Tonight, though, she lies beneath her blankets, Alice brushing her hair with patient strokes. "Are you afraid?" she asks suddenly, the words slipping free before she can swallow them. Alice's brush slows, then resumes. "Yes," she says softly, "but also curious." She smiles at the reflection in the polished mirror. "An adventure, of sorts." The princess lies still, staring at her ring in the candlelight. An adventure. The word feels strange, almost daring, but it opens a small door in her heart, a door that even the emptiest of chairs cannot close. Rooms remember gently, and she answers with soft goodbyes. Before the first bell, when the castle is not yet awake but only thinking about it, Alice stirs the coals and adds a stick no thicker than a finger. The new flame takes its time, licking the black to amber, the amber to gold. The princess sits up, blankets folded to her waist, listening to that small conversation of fire and wood. "If we go now," Alice whispers, "we'll have the rooms to ourselves." The day of leaving waits just beyond the shutters, patient as tide. There is an hour yet to spend with the stones that raised her. She nods, and Alice smiles into the half-dark as if they share a secret no one has to hide. They step into the corridor, wrapped in the hush only dawn can make. A rushlight leads them, one small moon cupped in Alice's hand. In the chapel, the air is cool and honest, the cold of stone that has held night all the way through. No priest yet, only the votive lamp before the painted Virgin, steady as a heartbeat. The princess dips 2 fingers into the stoup, that clean shock of water waking her more surely than any bell. She lights a slender candle, sets it among the others, and gives it a name under her breath. Passage. Not only across the channel, though there is that. Passage between selves, between rooms, between the girl who belonged to this keep and the woman who will belong to a country that still lives in maps. In the poor box, she leaves a small coin and something else. 3 stitches of blue thread knotted to a scrap of linen. For mending, she thinks, and smiles at the foolishness and the wisdom both. The nursery stands quiet at this hour, its smells softened to memory. Beeswax on the floorboards, milk that someone cleaned perfectly and yet still lives as a ghost in the wood. Lavender, where a nurse once tucked sprigs under pillows to soothe dreams. The little bench where she learned her first letters has a nick in the edge. Her nick, made on a morning when the slate refused to obey. She touches it with a fingertip, as one might greet a long, patient friend. On the lintel, almost hidden, are hash marks a nurse once scratched to measure heights. She finds the line that was hers at 7 winters and places her thumb below it, lining up bone to past. The room offers up nothing dramatic, only its ordinary faithfulness. The way daylight always enters at the same slant, the way the rug remembers every pair of small feet and forgives the scuffs, the way lullabies continue after the children have gone, only too soft to hear. She leaves a ribbon end tied neatly around the leg of the bench, a tiny bandage binding the years together. In the long gallery, the tapestries keep their private weather. A hunt that never ends pours through one, hounds forever bright-eyed, the stag forever turning. Another holds saints with candles that never gutter, faces made of thread and patience. She finds her favorite seam, the quiet join where 2 panels become one. When she was small, she believed if she pressed there long enough, some door would open to the place the picture breathes from. She lays her hand along it now, older, knowing doors open in plainer ways, and yet unwilling to let the old belief go entirely. Alice, wise to the rituals of goodbyes, says nothing. She only straightens the edge so the seam lies true, as if reminding the picture that it too has a duty and is meeting it well. The schoolroom still smells of chalk and walnut oil. The slate leans on the table, faint ghosts of yesterday's declensions lingering like low clouds. She lifts the chalk and writes a word small enough to keep its secrets. Fiat. Let it be. Latin has always felt like riverbed stone in the mouth, worn and inevitable. She considers keeping the word, then wipes it away with her palm, leaving only a soft gray trace. There is comfort in trusting a prayer to memory rather than to boards. On the shelf, a dog-eared primer waits for the next child with stubborn vowels. She touches its spine in blessing and goes. Down the turning stair, the still-room door is unlatched. Mistress Marjorie is already at work, steam clouding the window where the bee once sang summer. "I thought you'd come," she says, as if she has been talking to the morning on the princess's behalf. Travel cakes for the heart, cordials for the belly, a little something for crossing water when it fancies making a fuss. She hands over a paper twist of candied ginger and a small bottle stoppered with wax. "A capful, no more," she instructs. It persuades the sea to mind its manners. The princess tucks them safely away. Marjorie studies her as one evaluates weather. "Carry rosemary," she adds, thrusting a sprig into the girl's palm. "For remembering, yes, but also because it smells like courage that has been baking all morning." The old woman's laugh is a kettle coming just to the boil. If you have to be brave, you might as well smell fine doing it. In the kitchens, heat lives in the stones. The great hearth is a small sunrise. Agnes the cook pulls a loaf from the oven and raps the bottom with a knuckle. The sound is hollow and satisfied. "For the road," she says, pressing a wrapped corner loaf into the princess's hands before any steward can count it. "And this," a small cake dotted with fruit, stitched over with a cross of dough, "for a sweet hour when the wind goes sideways." A scullery maid, the one with the wide eyes and the ash-smudged cheek, pauses with her bucket, unsure whether to bow or run. The princess nods to her instead, that rarest of courtly gestures, acknowledgement without spectacle. The girl's mouth opens into a tiny O of surprise before she remembers herself and drops her eyes. It is nothing, and it is everything. They turn into the small antechamber where the musicians sometimes practice. Today it is empty, save for a harp leaning on its side, strings muted by a folded cloth. The princess plucks one string gently with a nail, a sound as thin as a thread of light. She hears in it her own careful hours, the way a melody can be made of patience more than talent. She leaves the cloth straight, a kindness for the instrument and for whoever next will carry a tune through the room, while the castle pretends not to listen. In the stables, the air is warm and hay-sweet, a different sort of chapel. Men speak in the quiet voices animals like, consonants sanded smooth. Her mare stands with one hip cocked, resting, ears flicking at flies that have not yet read the season. She'll carry light, the head groom says, and she won't look at shadows twice. He is a man who respects both horses and silence. His words arrive only when needed. The princess lays her palm against the mare's neck, where the hair grows in a whirl like a star drawn by a child. "Starling," she says under her breath, as if the horse might like the name. A warm eye turns toward her, and for a moment, in that gaze that never pretends, she feels known without being measured. From her pocket, she produces half an apple left from last night and offers it flat on her hand. The mare's lips are velvet, her teeth decisive and true. Outside, the garden keeps its own counsel. Early shoots stand like green promises in beds edged with box. The pear trees wear the faintest hint of bud, as if the idea of blossom has only just occurred to them. She follows the path Alice favors, the one that slips behind the low wall and finds the small door in the hedge. On the other side, a plot no larger than a cloak holds thyme and chives, and one rose bush that has outlived opinions. "Take a leaf," Alice says, pinching a bit of mint and pressing it into her lady's palm. The scent leaps up, clean, stubborn, honest. The princess tucks it into her psalter as a page marker for a psalm she has never yet needed, but trusts will find her when it's time. There are goodbyes that cannot be spoken aloud. In the Queen's solar, the fire is already thinking about the day, and the ladies work with that specialized industry of women who know exactly how long is left before the bell. Her mother's eyes move over her like a cool hand checking for fever. "You will sit," the Queen says, which is not a question. While a seam is inspected and a veil adjusted, the Queen opens a small coffer and draws out a linen kerchief fine as breath. She touches it to a vial of rose water, then folds it twice and lays it in the princess's hand. "For when the smells are not yours," she says, and the sentence carries a lifetime. They do not embrace. They let the cloth mean what arms would. The princess slips it into her sleeve, next to skin. Her father receives her standing, as kings do when the morning has more tasks than hours. Maps lie like patient animals across his table. He speaks first of routes and tides, of escorts and safe stops, never of fear, certainly not of regret. Then, as if remembering to water a plant left on the sill, he takes up a little packet of wax and a small iron seal, the matrix cut with her initial twined with his device, and sets them on the table between them. "You will need your own hand," he says. "Use it." The gift is more than the iron and wax. It is a narrow door swung wider than custom would normally permit. She bows without lowering her gaze. "I will, Father." His eyes flicker, kindled for a heartbeat by something warmer than approval and cooler than blessing. Then the moment is filed like a letter in a chest, to be dealt with later, or never. Back in her chamber, the trunks wait open-mouthed, polite, but insistent. The visible life of a girl folds into linen and oak. The comb with a missing tooth. The psalter with mint, tucked between psalms. Marjorie's ginger and bottle. Agnes's loaf. The little salve pot that smells faintly of summer. the chess knight Eleanor pressed into her palm, for position, not attack. The ribbon end from the nursery bench. A twist of clean earth from the garden wrapped in cloth no bigger than a postage of sky. Alice arranges each with the calm of someone setting out a map that will be used at night. This one on top, she murmurs of the shawl that remembers shoulders. This one where your hand finds it first, she says of the kerchief with rose. The room itself waits in its ordinary grace. The bedposts keep their quiet posture. The jug shines in the line of the window. The small stool by the hearth looks hopeful, as if it expects a book to sit on it any moment now. The princess walks the perimeter once, palm skimming the wall the way a reader underlines a line she hopes to remember. At the threshold to the antechamber, she pauses and turns back, the way one does when leaving any place that has taught you how to move. "Thank you," she whispers, not certain whether she means the room or the years or the patient weave of both. She plucks a single hair from her comb and tucks it into the crack by the window stone, a thread no one will find, a flag smaller than dust. A bell notes the hour, and then another answers from farther off, like replies to a letter already posted. The keep wakes fully, boots on stairs, the argument of buckets at a well, a laugh hushed too late. Down in the yard, a groom shakes out a blanket. Somewhere a latch resists, and a curse is shaped into something more polite by habit. The day has climbed over the wall. She returns to the chapel for a last small prayer and finds Father Ambrose dozing upright in the front pew, lips moving over words he no longer needs a book for. He startles awake when she kneels, then smiles, old and fond. "Travel well, child," he says, and then, remembering titles, adds the necessary syllables. He lifts a hand. The blessing falls light as dust and just as inescapable. At the gate, the first of her trunks is already tied, cords neat as sentences. The standard droops in the nearly windless morning, lion and lilies resting before their long work. Men speak to horses the way men do when they hope for cooperation. Lord Bertrand confers with the marshal in phrases that march. Lady Isabel arrives with her ledger and her steady eyes, the human version of a well-packed chest. She counts heads without moving her lips. "We will leave before the market stirs," she says quietly, which is kindness for the sake of the girl who does not yet know how to be watched by a crowd and not lose a piece of herself in it. There is still one sliver of time, and she spends it. Back up the stair, quicker now. The rushlight long since extinguished, her feet find the turns without thought. In her chamber, she sits a moment and does nothing at all. No prayer, no list, no private ceremony. Only breath, the sound of her own breath, and the low remark the fire makes to ash, and the faint thread of voices filtered thin through stone. It is the smallest possible pause, and it fills her as if she had eaten. Alice appears in the doorway, not hurried, because haste spills. "It's time," she says gently. The princess stands, presses her palm to the bedpost one last time, as if striking the same note twice to fix it in the ear, and smiles. "All right," she answers, and the words feel like a key turning. The castle exhales as gates open to her leaving. The courtyard is already alive when she steps into it, though the sky still wears the pale gray of morning not yet decided between mist and sun. Horses stamp and toss their heads, plumes nodding against the chill, breath rising in white ribbons. Carts creak as trunks are lifted, ropes tightened, wheels tested for the long road. Men-at-arms adjust straps and lean on spears, faces stern with the quiet focus of duty. Yet under it all, there is a stillness, a breath held in the throat of the castle itself, as if the very walls are aware that this is no ordinary morning. The princess walks slowly, flanked by Alice and Lady Isabel, her cloak drawn close. Each stone beneath her feet feels sharper than before, as though memorizing the shape of her step. Around her, the air carries the mingled smells of hay, damp leather, wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of a loaf someone has just broken open in the kitchens. It is a scent she has known all her life, and the thought that she may never breathe it again makes her throat ache. Her father waits near the gate, already armored not in steel, but in composure. His words are brief, practical, reminders to represent England well, to keep her dignity among strangers, to remember she is both his daughter and her country's envoy. He kisses her forehead, and though the gesture is formal, she feels the roughness of his beard against her skin and understands it as love in the only language he dares. Her mother stands a little apart, her veil drawn so carefully that her face seems carved from calm. Only her hands betray her, fingers twisting the edge of her sleeve, the smallest rebellion against discipline. When she embraces her daughter, it is swift, but as she leans close, she whispers 3 words. Remember who you are. The weight of those words presses deeper than all her father's instructions, as if they have been stitched directly into her bones. Lord Bertrand bows deeply, his French courtesy precise, almost sharp. "We must depart, Princess," he says, his voice low but insistent. "The tide waits for no one." His words are less request than inevitability. She mounts the mare chosen for her journey, a gentle creature with an even gait. The saddle creaks as she settles, the cloak falling across her knees. Alice mounts beside her, Margaret behind, the familiar faces gathered like fragile anchors against the unknown. Lady Isabel rides close, her presence steady, her eyes scanning the horizon as if reading the weather, not only of clouds, but of fate. The gates swing open with a groan, deep as thunder in stone. For a moment, the world pauses. She resists the urge to turn and look back at the only home she has ever known. Instead, she fixes her eyes forward, on the road that curves away into mist. She hears the clatter of hooves behind her as the procession begins to move. Carts creaking, men calling to one another, the steady thud of boots. The air outside the walls feels different, as though the world itself changes once you leave the gate. The fields lie still under a veil of dew, larks rising suddenly from the hedgerows, their wings scattering silver droplets into the morning air. The road itself is rough, rutted from spring rains, mud sucking at wheels and hooves, yet it carries them forward, away from stone that has sheltered and watched her since birth. Inside, her heart tightens with every step. She imagines the nursery bench with its scratched marks, the chapel lamp glowing before the Virgin, the seam in the tapestry she once pressed like a door to another world. Each memory feels like a stone placed carefully into a satchel she cannot set down. The castle has become a living thing inside her, carried into the wide and uncertain world. Along the road, villagers gather, drawn by the sight of banners and the knowledge of history passing their doors. Some bow, others cross themselves. Children gape wide-eyed at the glitter of horses and armor. The princess lifts her hand in a practiced gesture of acknowledgement, though her throat still burns with the unspoken farewell she dared not turn to give. Alice rides close, her presence a comfort stronger than any jewel or relic. At one point, she leans near and whispers, "You don't have to look back, my lady. Home will walk with you." The words steady her, a key slipped into the lock of her fear. She presses them into her memory, alongside her mother's whispered reminder. The procession winds through fields and woods, each mile stretching her further from what she knows. At midday, they rest near a small abbey, its stone walls plain, its bell quiet. The nuns greet them with courtesy, offering bread and ale, herbs for those weary from travel. She eats little, but the bread is coarse and grounding, the ale bitter and honest. As they prepare to leave, an elderly nun presses a sprig of rosemary into her hand. "For safe passage," she says simply, and the princess tucks it into her sleeve, alongside the kerchief her mother gave. As the day fades, the road grows steeper, climbing through woods where shadows gather early. Owls call from hidden branches, and the horses snort uneasily. Yet the escort is strong, armed, confident. Only the princess feels the weight of each sound, each rustle in the leaves, as though the forest itself watches. When they finally reach the manor where they will sleep, the sight of torches along its walls feels like a second dawn. That night, as she lies on a straw mattress in a chamber that smells of damp stone and beeswax, she thinks of the gate closing behind her. She wonders if the walls sighed when she passed, or if they stand indifferent, waiting for the next child to grow within their care. She cannot know, but in her dreams she hears the gate groan again, not as farewell, but as promise, that even distance cannot silence the rooms she carries with her. Slow roads stretch beneath wheels, prayers steady the way. The first miles beyond the reach of her father's banners feel heavier than any she has ever traveled, though they are marked only by hedgerows and small villages with smoke rising from thatched roofs. The air carries the faint scent of tilled earth, damp from recent rains. Along the rutted road, water pools in hollows, reflecting sky the color of pewter. Each cartwheel sinks and lurches. Each horse snorts against the sucking mud, and yet the procession moves forward, step by step, as if drawn by the weight of inevitability itself. The princess rides in her litter for most of the journey, a wooden frame cushioned with quilts that cannot quite soften the jolt of uneven ground. Men carry it on broad shoulders, trading places when fatigue sets in, their breath misting in the chill morning. Inside, she feels every sway, every sudden dip, as if her body is being taught the shape of the land by force. At times, she thinks she would rather ride her mare, Starling, and feel the steadiness of a living creature beneath her. But Lady Isabel insists on the litter. "Your safety, princess," she says firmly, "is the kingdom's first concern." Alice sits within, her presence a balm against the monotony. She hums soft fragments of songs, half-remembered lullabies from the nursery, harvest chants carried from the kitchens. Sometimes she simply murmurs small observations. That village had red shutters, like the ones near the west gate. Those sheep are thick-coated. It will be a good wool season. Her words tether the princess gently to the world outside, like small lanterns set along a path. When they pause at mid-morning to rest the men and water the horses, the princess steps carefully from the litter. Mud squelches beneath her shoes, clinging stubbornly, as if the land itself seeks to keep her. She walks a few steps, Alice steady at her side, and looks back along the road they have traveled. Already the castle walls are hidden by hills and mist, but she imagines them standing, steadfast and silent, watching her shrink into the distance. Lady Isabel joins her, the edge of her cloak mud-stained from her own walking. "The roads test patience," she remarks, her French accent shaping the English words with care. "But they are honest roads. They show you the weather, the season, the land. Court does not always do the same." The princess listens, unsure whether the comment is warning or comfort, but she files it away, as she does all of Lady Isabel's words. By noon, they reach a small abbey, its stone walls low and weathered, moss creeping along the edges. The bells ring to greet them, solemn and clear, the sound floating out across the damp fields. The sisters receive the party with practiced calm, leading them into the refectory where bread, cheese, and watered ale await. The fare is plain, but the air is warm with the smell of baking and herbs, and the princess feels her stomach unclench as she eats. Before they depart, the abbess herself approaches, a woman with lines carved deep around her mouth from years of both laughter and prayer. She places a hand lightly upon the princess's head and murmurs a blessing in Latin. The words are not ones the girl fully understands, but the tone is enough, steady, unhurried, like the river stones she once admired in the gardens. The abbess presses a small wooden cross into her hand. "For strength," she says simply. The princess nods, the cross warming quickly in her palm. The road after the abbey is worse. Thicker mud, deeper ruts, a steady drizzle that soaks cloaks and makes the men curse softly under their breath. Yet even in this gloom, small kindnesses bloom. A soldier lifts a child from the roadside, carrying him clear of the procession so he will not be splashed. Margaret passes the princess a piece of honeycomb wrapped in cloth, saved from the kitchens as a treat. Alice drapes a second shawl across her shoulders when the damp creeps in. Each act is a prayer, spoken not with words, but with hands. As dusk approaches, they find lodging in another abbey, larger this time, with a church whose high windows glow faintly with painted saints. The sisters lead the princess to a chamber where straw mattresses are laid on wooden frames. The air smells faintly of beeswax and damp wool, but the fire burns brightly, and the warmth eases the ache in her limbs. That evening, she joins the nuns in the chapel for Compline. The voices rise together, clear and pure, unadorned by instruments. Latin phrases fall like drops of water, each one echoing in the stone, lingering before fading. The princess cannot follow every word, but she feels the rhythm of it, the piece of voices woven together. She folds her hands around the small cross given to her and lets the sound wash over her. Alice kneels beside her, lips moving in prayer, eyes closed. The princess watches her for a moment, struck by the depth of devotion in her maid's face. Alice's prayers are not practiced for show. They are lived, breathed, whispered into every action. The realization steadies her, reminding her that faith, like kindness, is not only in grand cathedrals, but in the way a friend adjusts your cloak against the rain. When the prayers end, she lingers in the chapel, gazing at the single lamp that burns near the altar. Its flame flickers steadily despite the drafts, a small defiance against the vastness of the space. She thinks of it as a companion, holding its ground as she must hold hers. That night, as she lies on the straw mattress, Alice curled nearby on a pallet, she listens to the muffled sounds of the abbey, the creak of timbers, the shuffle of sandals on stone, the sigh of wind pressing against shutters. The rhythm of prayer lingers in her ears, steadying her breath. Outside, the rain softens, as though the very sky has joined in the evening hymn. In the half-dream of drifting toward sleep, she imagines the road ahead, stretching farther and farther, winding through forests and across fields, always carrying her away from the familiar. Yet she also imagines small chapels waiting along that road, each with a lamp that will burn for her, each with voices ready to offer prayers she cannot yet form herself. The thought is enough to soften the fear. The sea breathes in and out, and she learns its rhythm. They rise long before the sun admits it is morning, while the sky is only a paler shade of night, and the air keeps the hush of churches at prayer. Cloaks go on first, then gloves whose seams remember many winters, And at the door, Alice sets a sprig of rosemary in the princess's palm, as if courage had a scent and could be tucked into a sleeve. Outside, the road falls away toward the coast, and with each mile, the air changes. Less field and smoke, more salt, and something keen that wakes the inside of the nose. Dover shows itself by degrees, a scatter of roofs crouched against the wind, the dark line of the cliff, gulls already arguing over the day as though it were fish. Close to the harbor, the smells are specific. Tar, fresh on rope, wet wood, fish, sweat. A sourness that belongs to ports the way resin belongs to violins. Sailors' voices carry, vowels stretched by wind, and somewhere a cooper's hammer answers like a metronome for the tide. Their party pauses at the edge of the quay, while the master of the ship speaks with Lord Bertrand, words too practical to overhear but certain as knots. Sainte Marie, Lady Isabel says, indicating a vessel with a single stout mast and a hull dark as tea. A good ship. She is crossed in near every month a year allows. The princess studies the boards, more patched than pretty, and thinks how many feet have trusted that deck, how many freights, how many hopes. Boarding is a lesson in humility. Down narrow steps made slippery by spray, into a small boat that bobs like a heartbeat, then out across water that looks solid until it moves beneath you. The sailors row with the easy rhythm of men who have argued with water long enough to find its temper. Up close, the Sainte Marie breathes, timbers creak, ropes flex, the whole vessel speaking in the language of tension and give. Hands haul them aboard, firm and impersonal, and there is a moment at the rail when the princess understands she is leaving one kind of earth for another. The cabin they give her is more cupboard than room. A narrow bed built into the wall, a peg for a cloak, a chest that has learned to be both table and seat. Alice tucks blankets as if making a nest for a small bird. Lady Isabel, who seems to know the habits of water, cracks a wax seal on a vial and tips the smallest measure into a cup. "Sit," she says. "This persuades the sea to be less proud." The brew tastes of bitter roots and a kindness that does not mind being ugly if it helps. At first, the harbor holds them like a hand cupped around the hull. The water heaves but gently, as if shrugging in its sleep. Sails climb the mast, ropes go taut, and then the wind finds them true. The quay slides away, shore shrinking to a chalky line, gulls lifting and lowering like scraps of parchment, tugged by an invisible hand. The princess stands as long as she can bear, elbows braced on the rail, letting the air comb through her veil. The sea is not blue today, but 1,000 deliberate grays, each with its own weather folded inside it. When they reach open water, the Sainte Marie begins the work she knows. She rises and falls in long, thoughtful motions, and the world becomes a lesson in yielding. The princess sits when standing turns her knees unreliable. The smell changes, less harbor, more depth, and the swell sets a slow clock inside her bones. Alice, who was ready for this, holds a cloth scented with vinegar beneath her lady's nose, then offers a twist of candied ginger. "Small bites," she counsels. "Talk to your stomach like you'd talk to a skittish foal." The princess smiles despite the queasiness. It helps to imagine her own body as an animal that needs gentling rather than a traitor she must fight. By noon, the channel shows its temper. Not a storm, not yet, but a persuasion. A breeze freshening, chop shouldering the hull. The Sainte Marie answering with deeper groans from parts of herself that only know this speech. The princess learns the good positions, eyes on the horizon, back supported, hands loose, and the bad ones, where walls tilt at the wrong moment and the stomach offended, makes its complaint. When sickness comes, it is honest and total. Alice holds her hair, says nothing foolish, steadies the bucket, then sponges her face with cool water as if washing grief from a child. "You're doing fine," she says in the tone one uses with weather, acknowledging, not arguing. Hours pass in the quiet arithmetic of waves, up and down, lift and fall, moments stitched together by the sound of water shouldering wood. The deckhands move like men who have worked in orchestras, each task a part in a score learned by ear. One whistles a tune that fits the wind. Another hums a psalm under his breath in a language the princess does not know, and yet it comforts her simply by being shaped like prayer. Lady Isabel sits on the chest and reads 3 lines from a little book, closes it, then simply watches the sail as if it were a page the air writes upon. Toward afternoon, the sky decides on weather. Cloud pulls itself tight. Wind comes slewing around like a horse taking the bit. The sea is still the sea, simply more intent. The captain narrows sail. Voices sharpen, not with fear, with attention. The princess, who has been taught to recognize the difference, feels steadier in the heart of their steadiness. "Think of the ship as a person," Lady Isabel says. Right now she is leaning into her work. The image helps. When the bow slaps down into a trough, the princess imagines knees bending to take the force, a back strong enough to carry. Evening comes early on such a day. The light thins to pewter, then to a darker metal that throws back no shine. Lanterns are lit, small amber islands in a field of moving iron. In the cabin, the flame makes a trembling cathedral from polished brass. Alice forces a little broth on her, one cautious sip at a time. Ginger again, a hand on the back of her neck, a human hinge, reminding her that bodies know how to survive if given twine and patience. In the narrow space, time does peculiar tricks. Minutes lengthen into ropes. Hours fold into a single breath and expand again. The princess dozes and wakes, and each time the ship is still arguing rhythm with the water and winning by remaining. Between visits of queasiness, she thinks of anchors, not the iron kind, but the small ones, the mint folded in her psalter, the seam in the tapestry, the ribbon on the bench. She finds that each memory can be held like a stone, warm in the hand, weight enough to keep one centered while the world is practicing its grand tilts. At some depth of night, the swell smooths. It happens the way grief lessens, not by announcement, but by the absence of the last sharp edge. The Saint Marie sighs into a different gait. Even her groans ask for less attention. When Lady Isabel opens the hatch, the air that comes in tastes new. Damp, yes, but fresher, as if it has learned a different field during their passage. "We have crossed the middle," she says. Alice, who has been waiting for that sentence, unwraps a heel of bread, tears it into 3, and for the first time since leaving the harbor, the princess eats without negotiation. She climbs to the deck, one hand light on the rail. Night has not gone, but it has loosened. In the east, there is a ghost of milk poured thin, and the water has put away its shoulders. The wind still minds their business, but more companionably. The captain stands like a figure patched into the sky, and when he sees her, he nods the way one workman may nod to another. "You have sea legs now," he says, as if complimenting her on mastering a stitch. She is not sure it is true, but the words are a blanket she is glad to pull around herself. Land arrives not as a wall, but as a rumor. A darker dark under the lighter one. A scent that is not sea. A line where gulls begin to gather as if news had leaked that breakfast was near. Then the harbor at Calais takes shape. Posts, a breakwater, a low fort shouldering the edge. Banners sleep on their poles until a breeze remembers them. The Sainte Marie threads her way with a contented competence that gives the princess the first thing like joy she has felt in a day. Not joy at leaving home, that remains a tender place. Joy at the fact of craft, for ship, for crew, for the simple miracle of wood that floats and cloth that holds wind. Docking is the reverse of launching, but more grateful. Ropes arc, thud, catch. Hands become handholds again. The gangplank is a sentence that has waited all night to be written. When she steps onto it, the princess feels the land receive her with its familiar, unmoving courtesy. Her knees, persuaded by many hours of motion, wobble before remembering how to accept a still world. Alice is there, the shore reasserting itself through her steadying touch. On the dock, the French meet them with a politeness that is half ceremony, half relief that a crossing has ended safely. Lady Isabel answers in the swift, precise French that has become the party's second cloak. Lord Bertrand handles the counting of trunks and the bowing in the right directions. For the princess, there is only the plain fact of standing, and then the deep, exhale-long gladness of being offered a litter to the chateau. She takes it without pride. One may be royal and also human. The sea teaches that lesson gently and with persistence. The chateau walls hold a different kind of quiet from the English keep, less stone-shouldered, more vowel-shaped, as though the very mortar speaks with rounded sounds. In her chamber, a fire already thinks of comfort, and a tub steams with herbs, rosemary again, and lavender, and something sharp that says, "Here, begin." Alice unfastens travel ties, undoes the pins, pours warm water over hair that remembers salt. The first slide into the bath is an absolution. The princess lets herself be remade into someone who has crossed and still belongs to herself. There is a little meal afterward, simple and right. Broth that tastes clean, a heel of bread, a slice of pear that says autumn in a language her stomach understands. Lady Isabel appears long enough to report that the trunks are safe, the horses stabled, the men quartered, and that the first audience will not be until tomorrow. "Time to rest," she says, and the permission is a cushion under the bones. When sleep comes, it is not the abrupt falling of exhaustion, but the letting down of sails at the day's end. She feels herself drift. She allows the bed to be a harbor. Somewhere in the middle distance of rest, she hears water still shouldering wood, but gently now, like a friend leaning an elbow on a familiar table. She dreams of small boats and many hands, of braziers in stone rooms and a seam in a tapestry that cannot help being a door. In the morning, when she wakes truly, the light is a different color than any that has ever come through the windows of home. It is French light, a touch less blue, a touch more honey. Beyond the shutters, a courtyard stirs to its own arrangements of buckets and voices. A bell claims the hour with the confidence of a place that knows its name. The princess lies very still and wonders what language her future will think in. Then she smiles, because no matter the tongue, doors open with the same quick sound, and kindness wears the same face. She rises, and as Alice pins up her hair, she lifts her hand. The ring is cool again on her finger after the warm bath, a circle that has crossed the same water she has. "We did it," Alice says, and the sentence is simple and entirely sufficient. The princess nods. She thinks of the Sainte Marie leaning into her work, of sailors with psalms under their breath, of a captain who bestowed sea legs like a guild mark. She thinks, too, of her own stomach learning to be persuaded. of her heart learning that fear can ride beside steadiness without unseating it. There will be halls and eyes and many new seams to find and press. But today she has crossed the narrow sea, and the land has accepted her step. New land greets her with banners and curious eyes. Morning on French soil feels like an entirely new chapter in the book of her life, though the elements themselves, air, stone, water, are unchanged. The air smells sharper here, edged with brine and wet rope, tinged with fish and tar. Even the cries of gulls seem altered, their voices rougher, as though speaking a dialect of the sea she has not yet learned. From her chamber window at the Chateau de Calais, she watches the harbor wake. Sails being lowered, nets shaken out, boys carrying buckets that slosh trails of salt water across worn planks. The sight is both ordinary and immense. This, she reminds herself, is not England. Every detail insists upon it. Alice helps her dress with the same care as always, though her hands linger just a moment longer at each fastening, as though reassuring both of them that rituals still hold across borders. Margaret, yawning but cheerful, sets out the psalter with the pressed mint leaf between its pages, a fragment of home made portable. Lady Isabel knocks, precise as a bell stroke, and announces, "They wait below." It is time the princess breathes deeply, letting the lavender from last night's bath steady her, and steps into the corridor. The stone here is different, lighter in color, smoother to the touch where her fingers graze the wall. The floor carries the sound of her slippers differently, a softer echo than in her father's keep. These subtle shifts remind her at every step that she has crossed not just water, but into another life entirely. In the great hall, local nobles have gathered to pay respects. Their French is swift, their bows deep, their smiles practiced. The princess curtsies, answering with the phrases Lady Isabel drilled into her until they lodged in her dreams. "Je vous remercie. C'est un honneur." The words feel delicate but steady on her tongue, like stepping stones across a fast river. She does not slip, and Lady Isabel's approving nod glimmers in her periphery. Each noble brings a gift, a bracelet of fine enamel, a psalter illuminated with miniature saints, a carved box scented faintly of cloves. She receives them with care, her hands trembling only slightly as she sets each aside. To each giver she offers the right words, her accent betraying her origin, but her grammar holding firm. It is performance, yes, but beneath it she begins to sense something sturdier, the possibility of belonging, even if not yet fully. Alice, always near, whispers reminders when needed. "That's Countess de Montreuil. Her son serves the king. That one is known for her sour look. Do not let it trouble you." These murmurs are as precious as armor, warding off the small barbs of uncertainty. By midday, the formalities ease, and she is led to the courtyard for a simple meal before resuming the journey inland. The sun presses through a veil of cloud, warmer than she expected, making banners flutter above the gate. The colors, blue, gold, white, seem brighter than the English reds she has always known. Children cluster by the gatehouse, peering wide-eyed at the strange procession. English ladies in veils, French knights in polished mail, trunks stacked high like the cargo of an entire life. The princess eats bread and broth at a small table, while the bustle of departure resumes. She hears horses stamping, men shouting instructions, the scrape of wheels over cobblestones. It is the same music of travel as the days before, but the key has changed. These are French voices now, French hands tightening buckles, French banners raised overhead. Lady Isabel leans close as the princess mounts her litter. "Remember, princess," she says in English so soft only Alice hears. "They watch not only what you do, but what you seem to feel. If you cannot feel confident, seem it. In time the heart follows the mask. The words carry weight." The princess nods, repeating them silently, like a charm against doubt. The road south opens wide, bordered by fields greening under early spring. Villages pass, each with its chapel, its cluster of cottages, its curious faces craning to see the new princess. Some wave shyly, others stare. Children chase the procession until a guard shoos them back. Dogs bark, roosters crow, life continues. Yet in every gaze she senses the same question. Who is this child woman who comes to bind her life to their prince's? She sits straighter, the litter swaying beneath her, and forces her hands to relax where they clutch the edge. If she must be a symbol, she will at least be a steady one. Alice notices and smiles, pride flickering in her eyes. By evening, they reach a noble's manor, smaller than her father's castle, but ornate with carved stone and painted shutters. Inside, rushes scented with thyme cover the floor, and the fire burns briskly in the hearth. The lady of the house welcomes her with a kiss on both cheeks, a custom that startles but warms her. Supper is plain, stew, bread and cheese, but it fills the hollow left by seasickness. She eats with gratitude, listening more than she speaks, letting the cadence of French wash over her until her ear begins to adjust. That night, she lies in a bed softer than any abbey's straw, Alice on a pallet nearby. The ceiling beams creak as the wind shifts, and from the courtyard she hears a horse stamping, a guard murmuring to calm it. The sounds are strange but not unfriendly. She clutches the small wooden cross from the abbess, lets her breath slow, and thinks, "I am here. I have stepped into France. The road lies ahead, but tonight I belong to this roof, these walls, this moment." Mile by mile, fields and faces begin to teach her France. The road south resumes with the same deliberate patience as breath. Draw in, let out, another step, another mile. Dawn sits low on the hedges, lacework of mist unspooling above ditches where frogs make small remarks about weather. The litter sways, willing as a cradle, and the mare starling walks alongside with the tolerant air of a creature who knows the day will be long and has decided not to argue. Men-at-arms ride in pairs, their mail quiet under cloaks. A cart groans, is answered by a second cart farther back, and then the whole procession settles into a rhythm that even the birds seem to accept. France reveals itself in careful increments. Fences lean differently. Plows bite the soil at a slant that speaks of habit. Even scarecrows wear their rags with a kind of flair, arms thrown wide as if to greet and caution at once. Villagers pause at the sound of the party passing, bowls stopped halfway to lips, hens ushered out from under hooves. Faces lift, curious, appraising, sympathetic, a little proud. Children stare at the princess's veil and at Starling's neatly brushed mane, and at the standard where lilies walk with lions like two old neighbors learning to share a lane. Lady Isabel rides near, book closed in her lap, eyes busy. Now and then she offers a small piece of French for the princess to shape, a phrase smooth as a river stone. Il fera beau après-midi. It will be fine afternoon. Tenez bon. Hold steady. Merci de votre accueil. Thank you for your welcome. The words feel steadier each time, as if they had been waiting in her mouth for a day when they could be trusted not to slip. Margaret, bold in the way young girls sometimes are when the world offers them a story, points out a wayside shrine, a small roof, a painted saint with hands too large to bless, but kind despite it. The princess asks, in practiced French, if they may stop a moment to stretch. Lord Bertrand agrees, because even the business of kingdoms learns not to argue with aching shoulders. They dismount. The shrine's shelf holds a little loaf and 2 eggs, the poor people's offering to a holiness they know prefers bread to jewels. The princess touches the wooden face with 1 finger, respectful, and leaves a coin and a folded length of the blue thread she carries. For mending, she thinks again, smiling at her own foolish consistency. Alice nods, approving not the coin but the thread, which is a language simple people understand without needing to count. By noon, the road climbs into low hills and offers a glimpse of a town, walls stout but more decorative than warlike, a church whose ribs lift the sky, market stalls preening under striped awnings as if color itself were a kind of merchandise. They enter to the usual music of places that sell and buy, apples thudding softly as they change hands, a knife grinder's wheel singing a thin, bright note, geese practicing their opinions. Vendors, bold-hearted as cats, call offers in French that tangles and then straightens as the princess listens. Lady Isabel translates only what cannot be guessed from gestures. They hope you like pears. They promise these are the best pears to be had this side of heaven. The princess buys 2 and passes 1 to Alice, who bites, considers, and says, "If heaven is like this, we will not be disappointed." At the far end of the square, a dowager countess waits beneath a painted canopy, a woman whose face has learned to show little and say much. She has offered her manor as their lodging, and custom dictates that they thank her now, while the market witnesses the exchange. The countess's curtsy is shallow but correct. The princess's curtsy is deeper, the angle of her head studied, the smile quiet. Words go back and forth, and though the princess's French travels on careful feet, it arrives intact. "You are very young," the countess says finally, in a tone that would be simple observation, if not for the slight tilt at the end. Paris will expect much. Lady Isabel remains still, a statue arguing for patience with her presence alone. The princess feels the comment like a small stone in a shoe, nothing that will break the journey, but not to be ignored. She answers with what she has. "I am young," she says, keeping her voice level, "and I am learning every mile. I have good teachers. It is not victory, but it is not a fall." The countess studies her, then inclines her head, not in surrender, not even in approval, more like recognition, as one marks a horse that does not shy at the sound of bells. They sup that evening at the countess's manor, where the walls wear tapestries of hunting, and the hearth burns oak saved from a better year. The table is generous, but not ostentatious. The bread is good. The stew has been allowed the patience to become what it meant to be. Conversation flows in a careful channel, and the dowager, who knows 3 ways to dress a remark, chooses the one that compliments while measuring. When a visiting cousin says too quickly that English manners are severe, Lady Isabel moves her spoon from one side of her bowl to the other, the smallest signal in a language the princess has learned to read. Let the insult pass. Feed them something softer. She does not argue. She asks the cousin which saints the cathedral favors and listens as the woman brightens, naming relics with the fervor of someone listing cousins at a wedding. When the talk trails off, the princess offers a little description of the herb garden she left in England, the thyme that likes the sun, the mint that refuses to mind walls, the rose that does as it pleases and is forgiven for it. The countess smiles into her cup. It is not surrender. It is a loosening of the thread. Later, in the great hall, a boy brings out a small harp with the blunt enthusiasm of a child showing a guest his best toy. The princess sits at the edge of the dais and tunes by ear, that slow, intimate coaxing of string toward true. She plays a low piece, something meant for rooms rather than courts, a tune with space in it where a day can set down what it carried. The notes settle into the rushes and climb the rafters to listen to themselves. Even the countess's face unbuttons just a little. When the last note fades, the boy grins at her the way boys grin at a horse that takes the apple gently, and she feels, inexplicably, accepted by something that does not sign documents or wear a seal. Morning finds the road slicked with a polite rain that pretends it is nothing but stays all day. Wheels complain. Men readjust loads. Cloaks acquire a gloss that will remember this weather for a week. The procession detours around a boggy stretch, then another, then meets a wagon stuck to the belly in a rutted dip. The driver stands beside it with his hat in his hands, hope and worry changing places on his face without waiting their turn. Lord Bertrand dispatches men to help and does not look back, because work done is better than watched. The princess, inside her litter, feels the shift as men bend their backs, and the wagon's weight considers the offer of release. She cannot help them with muscle, so she does the thing she can do. When the wagon lurches free and the driver turns, bewildered with relief, she draws out her little packet of wax and the matrix her father gave. On a scrap, she writes a brief line in French that will pass muster, assistance given on the King's Road. The bearer is thanked, presses the seal, and hands it to the man. His hat climbs to his chest. He bows as if she had placed a roof over his sleeping children. It is a small paper, a small wax, and yet her wrist trembles afterward, as if the iron had more weight than its size. Alice squeezes her fingers, a quick, firm, well done, that needs no words. Toward mid-afternoon, when the rain thins to a silver thought and the air tastes faintly of wood smoke, a rider approaches from the north, cloak printed with travel. He bears the prince's livery at his shoulder and carries a packet sealed with green wax. Lady Isabel receives it, checks the seal, then, after the proper ritual of glances, yields it to the princess. She breaks the wax as one would open a window. The letter is written in a hand that loves neatness and the narrow beauty of margins. The French is elegant but not perfumed. He has learned of her safe crossing, he writes, and of her courtesy at Calais. He hopes the road is teaching her gently. He asks whether she would find it pleasing to see the palace gardens first before the hall, which can be loud and takes patience to love. Between two lines, there lies a small pressed sprig of something he names in French, and then, in a parenthesis that reads like a smile, in English, violet. She reads twice, then again, the way a person reads the weather of a friend's face. It is not a love letter. The world they live in does not invest in such currencies at this point of a marriage. But it is attentive. It notices. It asks, even while knowing it will likely have its way. And that is kindness, dressed in the only clothes power can wear without irony. She lifts the sprig to her nose. The scent is nearly gone, but not quite. Lady Isabel is plainly pleased. Alice is pleased for reasons no court would bother to name. By the third day, the road grows busier. Carts attend the city with obedience, carrying barrels that clink, sacks that breathe out flour, bundles of dye that stain the air faintly blue. Students in dark gowns walk in pairs, arguing amiably with hands and eyebrows, books hugged to their bellies like warm loaves. Priests ride mules, whose ears attend no one. A woman with a tray of ribbons sells one to Margaret for a reckless price, and Margaret, unrepentant, ties it in her hair, and looks at the world as if she has cheated it politely. They pass a bridge where water hurries beneath with city business already on its mind. The smell shifts. Tanneries flinging their work to the air. Bakeries arguing that such scents are worth forgiving the first. Roofs crowd closer. Windows show glass more often. Little eyes that blink light. The sound gathers into a larger sound that is not quite a roar, more a hum that has read Latin. The sound a city makes when it practices being itself. They will not enter today. That is for ceremony, for banners and trumpets, for the old careful dance where the city says we receive you and the newcomer says I arrive with grace. Instead, they halt at a staging inn a mile or two beyond the gate, a place designed for arrivals and departures, with kitchens that understand both hunger and nerves. The courtyard is swept. The gate creaks without rancor. A boy catches Starling's rein with the competence of someone who has not yet learned how to be afraid of rank. In a private room above the yard, the princess finds hot water, linen that smells like sun, and a little space where her pulse can set down its pack and see if it wishes to run again. Lady Isabel comes with her ledger and her kindly severity. Tomorrow, she says, we enter. There will be eyes. Walk as we have practiced. Slow enough for painters, sure enough for the gossips to be bored. If your mind wanders, bring it back to your breath. If your breath wanders, bring it back to your feet. She demonstrates once more the arrangement of hands, the angle of the chin that neither begs nor challenges. The lesson is old. Tonight, it lands like a psalm. Alice unpacks the small things that make a room briefly theirs. The psalter, the mint leaf still faithful between pages, Marjorie's bottle with its shy bravery, the kerchief touched with rose, the little cross from the abbess, which the princess sets near the candle and, without drama, touches with 2 fingers. She writes a short reply to the prince, thanks him for his thought, says that yes, the gardens would be a mercy before the hall, and adds a line about a violet that survived a long pocket. When she seals it, the matrix leaves its tidy initial beside the wax like a quiet footstep. Supper is brought on a tray, barley stew that has done its work well, bread with a little charring that tastes of honest fire, pears that would not shame heaven. She eats without ceremony and realizes midway that she is no longer bracing against each bite. The body, that good, stubborn animal, has decided the road is not an enemy. Night comes early in rooms that will be someone else's tomorrow. She stands at the window a moment and listens to the city beyond the fields. A sound wide as weather. Wheels on stone. A voice calling a name and getting it back correctly. A bell at an hour that no one will argue with. She cannot see the towers. She can feel them the way one feels the presence of the sea when the wind remembers it. When she lies down, the bed remembers other travelers and does not pretend otherwise. The mattress breathes a soft, straw-sweet breath. Margaret's ribbon hangs from the bedpost, careless and precise at once. Alice tucks the blanket at her shoulder, the way nurses learned from women who learned from other women, all the way back to when wool first forgave hands. She thinks of the Countess's not quite approval, of the wagon seal pressed into wax, of the letter that did not oversay anything, and so said a great deal. She thinks of students and bridges, and how water beneath cities has to be both itself and obedient. She thinks of the garden she left and the gardens she will see, and how roots and roots differ by one letter and are secretly kin. Sleep arrives like a visitor who knows the latch, a click, a quiet footstep, the room accepting a new weight that is not heavy. Outside, the city keeps its hum. Inside, The road at last lets her be still, as if it, too, has learned something by traveling with her. In hushed chambers, the marriage becomes real. At last, the palace has many rooms, but none are like this one. It waits behind a carved door, hung with heavy curtains embroidered with lilies and lions. When the door is pulled open, warmth spills into the corridor, the glow of dozens of candles dancing across polished stone. The chamber smells of rose water and beeswax, and beneath it, something sharper, nervousness, expectation, the breath of too many people holding back their words. This is the bridal chamber. The bed is massive, hung with silken curtains stitched with pomegranates and rabbits, symbols of fertility so ancient no one questions their meaning. Cushions lie in ordered heaps, plumped to perfection. The coverlet gleams with embroidery fine enough to shame a cathedral cope. Every detail announces, this union is not private, it is history dressed in linen. French ladies bustle quietly, faces composed into masks of professional detachment. They help the princess out of her gown with practiced fingers, layer by layer, unfastening jewels, lifting the weight of silk from her shoulders, unpinning her hair until it falls in soft waves down her back. She feels like a statue being prepared for some ancient ritual, stripped not for comfort, but for symbol. Alice hovers near, ready with gentle hands, but here she is only an onlooker. The French women carry authority tonight. Lady Isabel stays in the corner, her posture erect, her eyes unreadable. She has been both teacher and guardian, sometimes severe, sometimes unexpectedly kind. Tonight she is something else. Witness, judge, silent reassurance. When the princess glances toward her, she receives the smallest nod, a permission to breathe. The ritual continues. The French ladies dress her in a gown of white linen, fine as cobweb, embroidered with vines and fruit, blessed earlier by a priest. Rose water is dabbed at her wrists, her throat, behind her ears. A priest enters, elderly and gentle-eyed, and murmurs a blessing in Latin. His voice is low, reverent, as though speaking to the air itself. He traces the sign of the cross over the bed, over her bowed head, and leaves without looking back. Now the room stills. The ladies withdraw, their rustling silks fading into silence. The door closes softly. Only Lady Isabel remains, sitting discreetly in her corner. The princess perches on the edge of the bed, hands folded tight in her lap. Her heart drums in her ears. She tries to remember the counsel given by her mother. It passes, and Alice's gentler words. Think of it as an adventure, but both feel far away. A knock. The door opens. Prince Philip steps inside. He wears a simple robe, unadorned, his hair loose about his shoulders. He looks younger in this light, his scholarly face softened by nerves. His hands fidget with the belt of his robe. He bows slightly, more than form requires, and when he speaks, his voice is quieter than at the feast. "Princess," he says, then pauses. "May I call you by your name?" She nods, barely able to lift her eyes. "Then perhaps you might call me Philip." At least when we are private, the sound of his name on her tongue feels strange, fragile, but she repeats it. "Philip." He smiles, the first true smile she has seen on his lips, a little uneven, almost boyish. He sits beside her on the bed, careful to leave a space between them. "I know this is difficult," he murmurs. "We are strangers, and you are young. But I would not wish to cause you fear." The words are unexpected, so different from the blunt talk of duty she has heard all her life, that tears rise in her eyes before she can stop them. Philip looks alarmed, reaching instinctively to take her hand. His fingers are cool, slender, the hands of a scholar, not a soldier. Forgive me, he whispers. I did not mean. She shakes her head. No, it is only kindness. I did not expect it. He hesitates, then says, perhaps we might talk for a while. Get to know each other before. He glances toward Lady Isabel, who watches with the expression of someone hearing a story she will not repeat. So they talk. He tells her of the books he loves, Aristotle, the stars, the curious notes of an Italian philosopher who writes that the earth itself may move. She listens, astonished that a prince might confess to such questions. She shares her own small loves, her herb garden, her favorite psalm, the stories Alice reads to her by firelight. The hours slip past, candle wax pooling, shadows lengthening. Fear softens into cautious curiosity. At last, Philip sighs, the weight of duty pressing back upon him. We must before morning, he says quietly. She nods. The fear returns, but dulled now by the unexpected comfort of his gentleness. The act itself is brief, awkward, not without pain. She bites her lip, holding still, and he murmurs apologies as if each movement were an injury. And then it is done. The marriage is made real in the only way the church and kingdom demand. Witnessed, verified, unalterable. Protocol would allow him to leave, to return to his own chamber. But he does not. He remains beside her, adjusting the coverlet around her shoulders, his presence oddly comforting. He looks across to Lady Isabel and says softly, almost too softly to hear, "Take care of her." Lady Isabel inclines her head, a promise without words. The princess closes her eyes, exhaustion claiming her. The last thing she feels is Philip's hand, light on hers, as though anchoring her against the vastness of this new life. Among books and quiet, she claims a gentle freedom. The seasons turn slowly in Paris, each one carrying its own weight of ceremony. Spring had greeted her arrival with blossoms in the palace gardens, tender shoots unfolding in defiance of old stone. Summer shimmered with feasts and hunting calls, days long and filled with the measured conversations of courtiers. Autumn, heavy with harvest, brought her confinement and the long, dangerous travail of childbirth. And now, in winter, with her son Henri warm and whole in the arms of nurses, the princess finds herself standing before a door she has asked to be built, an ordinary wooden door that will open into something extraordinary. The corridor outside is drafty, wind creeping under tapestries, but within this new chamber there is warmth, a fire laid against the chill, shutters that close tight, shelves waiting for their burden. She steps inside, her breath catching at the sight. Books line one wall already, manuscripts carried from England, volumes gifted by French nobles, tomes Philip himself has lent from his private study. Their spines are uneven, bindings stitched in leather or wood, colors faded with use, but they gleam to her like jewels. Alice is there, steady as ever, arranging a table with parchment, ink, and the lamp that will burn long into evenings. Margaret carries in a small stack of volumes, psalters, a bestiary with painted beasts, a book of herbal lore, and sets them carefully on the shelf. Lady Isabel stands in the doorway, arms folded, a hint of approval softening her usually stern expression. "A library," she says simply, as though naming a child. The princess runs her fingers along the rough wood of a shelf, her heart beating faster. This is not only a room, it is a claim. A library is more than books. It is a space where the mind may stretch without apology. It is a garden of thought, a sanctuary where silence is not emptiness, but invitation. For her, raised in halls where duty was hammered louder than learning, this feels like a secret door finally opened. She remembers the letter she wrote months ago, still shy of 14, asking Philip if such a place might be made. He had surprised her with his agreement, more than agreement, encouragement. "It will serve our son," he had said, "and others too. A library bridges kingdoms as surely as marriage now, standing among shelves waiting to be filled. She feels the truth of his words. Here England and France meet not in treaties, but in ink." Philip joins her, slipping into the chamber with that quiet tread of his. He looks around, pale eyes gleaming with something close to pride. "It suits you," he says softly. He lifts a book from the table, a volume of Aristotle, and sets it carefully on the shelf. "Knowledge has its own kind of nobility. You will make this place important, I think." She smiles, faint but real. "I would like to invite girls here," she says, hesitant, testing the air with the words. "Daughters of nobles, perhaps even the daughters of scribes. They should know letters. They should know more than sewing and manners." Philip studies her, then nods slowly. "That is wise. Let them learn here. A kingdom is stronger when its women can think as well as bear children." It is a radical statement, spoken without flourish, and she treasures it. Days pass, and the library begins to breathe. Books arrive from England, sent by her mother with few words but much meaning. French nobles, eager to please, contribute volumes from their collections, romances, treatises, saints' lives. Scribes copy manuscripts by lamplight, their pens scratching steadily. Slowly the shelves fill. The air grows scented with vellum and ink, a perfume she comes to love more than roses. The princess spends hours here, reading with Alice beside her, sometimes reading aloud to Margaret, who marvels at the painted beasts in the bestiary. She writes letters at the table, her hand steadier now, her French more certain. She begins a ledger of the library's holdings, carefully recording each title, its origin, its language. Each entry feels like a seed planted. There are moments when she sits alone by the fire, her son's soft cries muffled beyond the walls, and feels something like freedom. Not freedom to leave, for her life is still bounded by duty, but freedom to be, to think, to dream, to shape herself quietly within the margins of her role. It is a freedom stitched from pages, a quiet rebellion bound in leather and ink. Lady Isabel, once stern instructor, visits sometimes, walking slowly along the shelves. She lingers over a French chronicle, her fingers resting lightly on the vellum. "You have done something unusual," she remarks. "Not all will understand, but many will thank you, though they may never speak it aloud." Her tone carries something close to affection, and the princess feels the rare warmth of having won her respect. Philip comes often, too, bringing books he finds in the palace stores, or simply sitting with her to talk of stars and philosophy. Their marriage, still not love in the way songs imagine, has become a partnership nonetheless, a steadying companionship that surprises her still. Sometimes, as he reads aloud by the fire, she finds herself thinking that kindness may be its own kind of romance. Outside, the court continues with its endless feasts and intrigues, its shifting alliances, its whispers. But within these walls, the princess finds a steadier rhythm. Pages turn, fire crackles, ink dries. Alice hums softly as she copies a psalm for practice. Margaret giggles over a tale of a fox outwitting a crow. The princess, seated among them, feels herself part of something enduring. She thinks often of the ring hidden beneath her glove, the plain silver circle from her mother's hand. In this library, it feels less like a relic of a lost home and more like a thread tying generations together. Women who found ways to carve small spaces of selfhood within walls built by men. She imagines one day her own daughter, or another young girl, sitting here with a book, discovering her own place in history. On a cold evening, snow falling softly beyond the shutters, she holds her infant son in her lap, a book open on the table. His tiny fingers curl against the page, smudging the ink slightly. She does not mind. "This will be yours," she whispers to him. "This room, these words. May they make you gentler, wiser, braver than kings who came before." He stirs, sighs, and drifts back to sleep, the weight of him grounding her more than any crown ever could. The fire settles into embers. Alice lowers the lamp wick, shadows stretching higher along the shelves. The princess closes the book, tucks a blanket around her child, and leans back in her chair. For the first time since leaving her father's castle, she feels wholly at home, not because she has found freedom in the open world, but because she has made freedom here, within four walls, among books that will outlast her. Then and now, a daughter's journey. In those medieval halls we have walked together, dear listener, a young princess left her home at barely more than a child. Her fate was sealed not by choice, but by treaty, inked long before she could understand what marriage meant. The gates closed behind her, and duty carried her across mud-clogged roads and a narrow, dangerous sea. She was asked to surrender not only her name and her language, but even the rhythm of her childhood, to serve as the bridge between two kingdoms. It is strange to consider how such a journey might unfold today. In our own world, the daughters of monarchs, where they remain, are not bargained away like parcels on a ledger. They walk freely through schools and universities, voices sharpened by study rather than dulled by repetition. A girl may still leave home, yes, but more often it is for choice, to chase work or study, to fall in love with someone she has chosen, to carve a life shaped by her own ambition. And yet, the echo lingers, the sense of leaving behind the known, of stepping into a place where language, custom, and expectation all feel foreign. That is something many still feel. Think of a young woman from a small town traveling across a continent for her first job, or a student from one country beginning a new life in another. The roads may be paved now, the ships replaced by aircraft that cross seas in hours rather than days, but the trembling in the chest, the quickened breath at the thought of what lies ahead, that remains unchanged. Back then, a girl's name might be lost to history, remembered only because she carried alliances in her womb. Today, her name can be her own. She may write it in books she has authored, sign it on documents of her own making, or simply keep it intact as she builds a life not determined by royal decree. The weight of expectation has shifted, but the yearning at the heart of it, longing to belong, to be seen for more than duty, is a thread unbroken across centuries. So when we think of that medieval daughter, riding in her litter under gray skies, perhaps we should not only pity her, we might also recognize in her our own steps into the unknown. The first day of college, the first move into a city apartment, the first time standing at an airport gate with family waving behind us. The difference is that now, more often, the choice belongs to us. Then and now. The meaning of marriage. In the hush of the old story, marriage was less a vow of love than a transaction, a covenant sealed not between two hearts, but between two crowns. The young princess we followed was bound to a boy she had never met, a stranger whose name was known long before his voice was heard. Her wedding day was a spectacle of Latin phrases, jewels, and feasts, yet within her heart it was a silence, a surrender. She did not marry for herself, she married for nations. That was the world of yesterday. A daughter's body was a vessel for heirs, her hand in marriage an offering placed upon the altar of diplomacy. Love, if it came at all, was an accident, and kindness, as we glimpsed in the soft-spoken words of young Philip, was a rarity, precious because it was so unexpected. For many centuries after her, women across Europe and across much of the world entered marriage not through choice, but through arrangement, obedience, or necessity. Today, marriage has altered its meaning in ways the medieval court could scarcely have imagined. In most parts of the modern world, a girl does not stand at an altar beside a man she has never seen. She stands with someone she has chosen, perhaps a childhood sweetheart, perhaps a partner found later in life, perhaps no partner at all. In many countries, women marry later, sometimes not until their third or fourth decade. And in some places, women are free to decide never to marry, to let their lives blossom in work, art, friendship, or solitude. Think of how startling this would appear to that young princess of long ago, to know that her descendant might walk into a courtroom and ask for divorce if she wished, to know she might pursue love with another woman, or choose to raise children without a husband, or decide that her legacy would be words, art, or science, rather than heirs. The bedchamber, once crowded with witnesses and expectations, has become, for many, a private place. Its meaning is not to prove an alliance, but to nurture intimacy, tenderness, and trust. And yet, the shadow of the old ways is not entirely gone. Even now, in some corners of the world, marriages are arranged, girls promised too young, ceremonies held where consent is implied rather than spoken. History lingers, teaching us that progress is uneven, that freedom must be guarded carefully. But for most of us listening here tonight, marriage has become a matter of choice, of mutual recognition. A bride may carry flowers chosen for their scent, not symbols of kingdoms. She may walk on her father's arm, or her mother's, or no arm at all. Her vows may be written in her own hand, words that belong to her heart rather than to law. The princess of old, sitting by her candle as strangers unpinned her hair, might have whispered a prayer for love, not expecting it. The modern woman can speak that desire aloud, and more often than not, she is free to shape her own story. Then, and now, the weight of motherhood. In the story we have walked together, motherhood arrived like a test of survival. For the young princess, scarcely into her teens, the news of pregnancy was received less as joy than as confirmation. The alliance had taken root. The treaty now carried a heartbeat. From the moment her courses ceased, the eyes of the court measured her not as a girl, but as a vessel. Her worth weighed in the swelling of her belly. Childbirth in her world was a battlefield. The chamber was sealed, windows covered, air thick with herbs meant to keep away sickness. Midwives bustled, priests prayed, and men stood outside, waiting not for the child's first cry, but for the news that both mother and infant had survived the dangerous passage. A woman's life expectancy shrank in those hours. Her duty was not only to endure the pain, but to bear it quietly, as if silence itself could steady the hand of fate. Her story, however, gave us one mercy. She lived. She placed her son Henri in the cradle, whispered her hopes into his tiny ear, and in that moment, motherhood became not only duty, but love. Fierce, trembling, protective. Love that cared little for treaties or banners, but only for the soft weight of a child who looked back with eyes both familiar and new. How different, and yet how similar, motherhood can be today. In many parts of the world, a woman enters motherhood surrounded by the watchful eyes of physicians, with medicines to ease pain, surgeries to avert disaster, and sterile rooms to guard against infection. What was once a gamble of survival has, in much of the modern age, become a journey safer than her ancestors could dream. And yet, the weight remains. Even now, a new mother is often measured by how quickly she recovers, how perfectly she balances her child with her work, how readily she gives herself over to the needs of others. Expectations, once shouted by kings and priests, are now whispered by magazines, neighbors, and even social media. The language has changed, but the pressure lingers. There are also freedoms unimagined in the old world. A woman today may choose when or if she wishes to become a mother. She may seek medicine to help or medicine to prevent. She may adopt, foster, or decide her legacy will be carried not in children, but in art, teaching, kindness, or knowledge shared. Where once a princess's womb determined the peace of nations, today a woman may let her own heart decide if and how she will welcome life. Still, across centuries, the core of motherhood glows unchanged. It is the quiet act of watching a child breathe, of counting each finger and marveling that they are perfect, of holding them through fevered nights, of whispering promises that the world will somehow be kinder to them than it was to her. The tools may differ, the circumstances transformed, but the love, deep, bone deep, unyielding, has never altered. When we think of that medieval mother, pale from her ordeal yet smiling faintly as she cradled her son, perhaps we see our own mothers or ourselves in that timeless moment. The centuries between are only surface. The essence of it, sheltering new life, protecting it with all that one has, is as old as humanity itself. Then and now, the power of learning and libraries. In the candlelit quiet of her new life, the princess of our story found something rare, not jewels, not silks, not the whispered flatteries of courtiers, but books. To her, the opening of a library was not a luxury, it was an emancipation of the mind. Picture her in that chamber, shelves still half empty, the smell of vellum and oak mingling with the faint smoke of a hearth fire. The pages she touched were not easy to come by. Each book was a work of months, sometimes years, calfskin stretched, scraped, written upon by patient hands bent over a desk by lamplight. Each word copied was a bridge from one generation to the next. To own even one book was wealth. To gather many was power. And yet, she dreamed of something still greater, that others, especially young girls, might learn as she did. Her desire was revolutionary. In her age, women were not expected to study. A queen might read scripture, a noblewoman might write letters, but philosophy, astronomy, medicine, those were not her province. They belonged to men, to monks, to scholars whose cloisters kept them far from the chatter of female voices. Yet in her library, she dreamed of daughters learning letters, of scribes' girls practicing their hand, of knowledge spilling beyond the narrow boundaries of gender and rank. Compare that with our own world. Today, a library is not hidden away behind a palace wall. It stands at the heart of nearly every town, its doors open to any who care to walk in. Books are no longer fragile treasures, but companions we stack by our bedsides, carry in our bags, or call up on glowing screens. A single device the size of a hand may hold more volumes than all the abbeys of medieval France combined. And education? It is no longer the guarded privilege of a chosen few. Girls, once excluded, now sit in classrooms shoulder to shoulder with boys. They study science, medicine, art, mathematics. They publish books under their own names. They teach, lead, argue, discover. The princess of the past might scarcely believe such freedom could exist, that women could become physicians, professors, even heads of nations. Her dream of a small room with shelves has unfolded into a world where knowledge itself is considered a right, not a rebellion. Yet, here too, the shadows of history linger. There remain corners of the world where girls are denied schooling, where books are locked away, not by chains of iron, but by chains of politics, poverty, or fear. The struggle she began quietly in her library is not yet finished. Every time a child walks hours to reach a classroom, every time a girl is told learning is not her place, the echo of that old restriction is heard again. And consider also how fragile attention has become. Where once a page might take an evening to read by firelight, today information rushes at us in torrents, relentless and shallow. We skim instead of linger. We scroll instead of dwell. Knowledge is abundant, yes, but wisdom, slow, patient, reflective, is harder to find. The library, once a sanctuary from ignorance, must now also be a refuge from distraction. Think of her again, that young bride with candlelight on her cheek, running her hand across a spine, whispering the title aloud as if invoking a prayer. She might not have known all the words, but she knew the promise they held, that there is more to life than duty, more than survival, that in ink and parchment lies the possibility of becoming more fully human. Now, when we walk into our modern libraries, we may not feel the weight she felt, but the gift is the same. The shelves do not care about our rank, our gender, or our lineage. They ask only for curiosity. In those rows of books, we meet the same freedom she discovered, though multiplied beyond what she could have imagined. And so, as we close this reflection, let us remember, the act of learning, of opening a book, is still a radical thing, even now. It is an act of claiming space in the world, of saying, I will know, and therefore, I will be more than what was decided for me. Then and now, duty and freedom. Across centuries, the story we have lingered over these many nights began with a girl whose life was not her own. From her first breath, her steps were measured by treaties, her future bartered by crowns. Duty was her inheritance. She was raised to obey, to bend, to carry on her slender shoulders the peace of two kingdoms. And though she grew into strength, though she claimed small sanctuaries, a library, a friendship, a moment of tenderness, her path was still lined with walls she did not choose. That was then. Today, the meaning of duty has shifted. We still know responsibility to family, to work, to country, to one another. But in many places, especially in our world of free choice, duty no longer swallows freedom whole. A young woman may be born into expectation, yet still carve her own trail. She may honor parents without surrendering her voice. She may serve her community without being sacrificed to it. Imagine what the princess would think if she could walk through our time. She would see daughters who study law, who design bridges, who heal the sick. She would see marriages formed by love, not treaties. She would see mothers who choose when to bear children, or whether to bear them at all. She would see libraries open not only to nobles, but to anyone with a card and curiosity. She would see voices, women's voices, carrying across halls of power, commanding armies of words, ideas, and votes. And yet, even now, we feel the echo of her story. The tension between duty and freedom is not gone. It surfaces in questions we still ask ourselves. How much of my life is my own? How much do I owe to family, to tradition, to society? When do I bend, and when must I stand? The young princess answered with obedience, but also with small rebellions, choosing to nurse her child, choosing to open her library, choosing to dream. We too navigate that balance, though with more room to move. What has changed most is the landscape of possibility. Where she looked at duty as a cage and freedom as a faint hope, we can often hold both at once. We can serve and still choose, give and still keep something of ourselves. The door she pushed open in secret is now wide, though we must still walk through it. So perhaps the lesson of her life is not simply how far we have come, but how far we must continue. Freedom, once won, is not permanent. It must be tended like a fire, protected like a child, rebuilt like a library after flame. Duty will always ask for its share, but freedom now has the stronger voice. And as we close this reflection, let us breathe in the quiet assurance that history bends, however slowly, toward wider paths. The medieval princess lived her story with the tools she had: obedience, courage, love in small measures. We live ours with more tools, more choices, and with her memory as reminder. Never let duty erase the self. Then and now, life is a balance of duty and freedom. Her story ends in a gilded chamber, ours in a freer world. May we carry her courage forward, and may we rest tonight knowing we are part of a long, unbroken journey toward belonging, choice, and gentle peace.